What is up, everyone? It's 2 a.m. Australia East. Geez, man, me streaming right now. Well, just streaming in general, really like getting used to like how many people are watching across the world, what time is, you know. Yeah, I mean, it's nuts. I thank you guys so much for hanging out with me this late. Yeah. Yeah, we are, I feel, getting close. Mostly this is like layout and formatting issues to figure out the core, but once I'm done with the core, I do definitely plan on having this out to my, like, I plan on having some kind of a playtest PDF out there for anytime. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Staunch. Hey, Hair Crab. Yeah, we are getting very, very close to what I feel is pretty ready for a playtest. You saw the the thing that clicked was really just trying to figure out their core, what you're wanting to do with your turn, you know, and how to program that in a way to where it's going to work in the 5e like action economy and everything. That was a thing that took me quite a bit of time to get through, mostly because there was a narrative hang-up going on about what is a potion in the game, and then what can I call an alchemical item, right? Or what can I call whatever it is you're going to concoct with this thing. So keen to try this out. Good. The idea right now is basically here at first level, you need to get this experimentalist adept feature. This is going to look like a quasi kind of a mixture of savant and like an expertise feature. Choose your skill proficiencies. Your proficiency bonus is double for any ability check you make that uses the chosen proficiency and alchemist supplies. Additionally, when you craft as a downtime activity to make a potion, poison, or other alchemical item with a rarity of common or that is non-magical, it takes you half the normal time in gold. This is to help alleviate some hangups that happen with crafting activities. This is, we can get this out. If Alchemist isn't your initial class, here are the proficiencies you gain when you take your first level as an Alchemist. I keep forgetting if it's... Yeah, there we go. You just get alchemist supplies. There we go. But at this point, a lot of it is going to be like I can feel somewhat that a playtest is like at least first to like maybe 5th level is probably ready to go. Like most likely by the end of the week. Well, armor? Probably none. Ross and chat both kind of convinced me yesterday. Actually, this needs to go. Both kind of convinced me yesterday that this thing most likely needs to be like very, very, very backliney. Change the hit die to a d6, because I mean martialist weird d6. Like this is yeah, I've had Monocle will be later on in like 9 hours or so. The idea being that like I want this to be the martial blaster and it's got the reliability, you know. Seems kind of hard even for a backline character. You're supposed to be squishy, and this thing has got ways that you can heal up pretty easily. That's what it is. I'm trying to do the whole content creation thing full time. You know, I got to get used to the the grind that demands of that. The artificer hasn't appeared in Tasha's. I'm trying to remember how they're doing all this now. Yeah. Artificer, you gain the following class features. Oh wait, this is what I need. Pull this over. Hey, D&D Legacy. Did I leave teaching before the school year finished? No, the school year's over. I've only got to go, I think Thursday. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming. I think Thursday I'm probably not going to be streaming because I've got to go grab some stuff from up at the school, turn in my keys and whatnot, and but yeah, no, the school year's over. I'm getting my final grades turned in this week, and then I'm just kind of hanging out. I know later on I plan on going in for an eye exam while I still got my insurance and everything through the school, and that way. Oh god, the school year finishes in July. No, we end like mid-May. So I'm gonna go get like eye exam and stuff and just get some basic stuff taken care of while I still got the insurance from the school. So yeah. Gold coins equal to the local price of alchemist supplies. The thing I need to kind of pull from, I remember, how are they doing? Because they keep changing this up. Here goes equipment, yada yada yada. Okay, so this is coming right before class features now. Ah. Right. What did I just copy and paste over? Jeez, I'm still waking up. Quick build. Sage background. Okay. Yeah, researcher, all that. Okay. What are we working on right now? The Alchemist class. At the moment, oh wait, what? I found out something interesting about the Rune Carver Apprentice feat from Unearthed Arcana Raw. As a wizard, you can make a scroll of the spell you know, then transcribe that scroll into your spellbook. Oh. So you learn the spell from, oh. Huh. Yeah. Now you've got me thinking about whether or not. Well, I guess there's potential that you could do that using the Runekeeper rules that I gave. I mean, I don't mind that too much. Like, Wizards of the Coast, what I think should do, in regards to the wizard, is like, in the next edition, just embrace the fact that that is supposed to be like, if spell scroll creation is supposed to be a thing for them, which I feel like it is, most likely they should just embrace it and give them some kind of feature that discusses that, right? Hey, how's it going, Alan? You still won't be able to use them, but there's still some problematic stuff like Agathis and Bless, but yeah. I mean, like, you could still scribe the spell onto a spell scroll, I believe. Once it's in your spell book? I don't know. It's a thing that they really, really need to solidify. Our level 21 Charter Artificer had like plus 15 to all saving throws and basically evasion. Jeez. Also 35 AC? How? Armorer and... what would it be, like Armorer, Warforge? Did they take a dip in like Forge Domain? And is that accounting for like while they had shield up? Right, any spell scroll they find into their book. I don't really mind the idea of like having a how do I put it? I don't mind the idea of having like a white wizard, you know, the like restoration, and I mean, I really like the theurgy wizard that Benjamin put in UAH, right? Like, I'm totally cool with allowing that at my tables. Because like, I would really hope that party roles are pretty easily covered. The moment that there's a healer on the table, I feel a lot more secure about like challenging the players. Give me the buffer of like, if something's gonna hurt you hard, let me know that like you've got spells, you know. It was about homebrew, possibly with UA. If you went the original Warforged, if you went like, I think it was Juggernaut, it allowed you to like add your proficiency bonus to your armor class, and that was before talking about heavy armor. So like, it was very, very possible to get that kind of a thing, you know? Yeah, there's a lot of, the really, really good thing that they did with UAH is that they filled up a lot of niches. A lot of niches. Really like the idea of a white wizard, like a restoration school that can add healing spells into the spellbook would be really cool. Yeah, so they tried to write one, and I guess, I mean, I don't know, I talk about this one quite a bit. Yeah, we can pull this up. The reason why this one didn't make it, I can pretty much guarantee you right now, all came down to the fact of it was really, really, really cutting in deep on the cleric's role, which like, okay, cleric is extremely strong because of not only the way that they prepare spells, but also their spell list is like one of the most impactful in the entire game. You just getting, yeah, like so faster than cleric, yeah. You getting the ability to just prepare anything from the cleric spell list as well as the wizard spell list at the exact same pace is a problem. So what Benjamin did with it was basically made it to where like you are a cleric third caster over here in a way, and made it to where you can prepare spells from the cleric spell list, but it needs to get cut back, where like it's only first, second, third, fourth, and fifth level like cleric spells, and you know, wait, this is not what? Oh, I guess Wizard of it. Yeah, okay. No, wait. Oh, yeah, okay. It threw me off. I thought it was like Arcana Domain Cleric for a second. I was like, wait, what? So the big issue that they had with this, like, the moment that you put, like, okay, here's a wizard that is a full caster that can also get the entire spell list of another caster, and like they don't have comparable roles in the party, that's you're infringing on the identity of another class so hard. Like, this is that stepping on the toes of another class, right? Cleric is very much intended to be like, you've got healing spells, you do have your damage potential, but like Cleric is mostly informing you that you need to be either the party healer / support or something like that, right? Through your choice of subclass, you can probably pick up some blasting potential or heavy melee for like a striker, right? But for the most part, the cleric's like main identity is like, I'm gonna get healing spells, support spells, whatever. I want to make sure my buddies are alive, you know? So, yeah, cleric has a pretty signature role that, you throw it on a wizard, there gets to be some hang-ups like that. This is also a thing that we saw, what Benjamin did, that is one of the things that helps to keep a bit of the divine soul in check, in a way. So like, I don't mind it so much on the sorcerer, number one, because their spell list is already so tiny. So tiny. But like, I mean, the narrative fit is so good on sorcerer, honestly. And it's like, it's not as quick to accelerate into. The way, how do I put this? If I'm remembering this right, it's like you can't get it immediately at first level. You can get a spell, but it's whenever you learn a cantrip afterwards that you, right? Or, I mean, I would assume that you should just be able to do this at first level. Like, swap out some of your sorcerer spells with, like, cleric spells. Having the number of prepared spells, but the meta magics are scary with cleric stuff. Oh, yeah, meta magic, you do distance spell, inflict wounds, or, like, you can now distance spell cure wounds. Like, it's pretty damn good. Pretty fucking damn good. I mean, extended spell, it's not too much of a worry with, like, spiritual weapon, I would guess. Hey, Kenneth, what's up? Hopping in before work. Oh, well, you have a good day at work, man. Waldo's Alchemist is fine. Most of their stuff is pretty good. Yeah, I don't mind, like, having the, okay, so I've been allowing the one from Mage Press at my tables for quite a bit. The narrative hang-up I have is this idea that, like, you can only make so many of these concoctions, and, like, the narrative of them is more about, like, being a mad bomber rather than, like, what I would assume is, like, the base class should probably give you the ability to make these things, and then the subclass should inform you're making either, I don't know, bombs or, like, healing salves or what the hell ever, right? It's like, I mean, and like I said, totally fine. It'll work for the concept and everything. But I think for me, I'm trying to, like, do my own take on it, you know? You actually didn't like the book? Which one? Something like that. At least you like some of the mechanical stuff there. Gunslinger and the gun rules are annoying for me. Some pugilisty subs are not as great as they could be. Oh, Valda's Spire. I haven't gotten it yet. I mean, I trust Mage Press enough to where, like, I know that the thing is going to definitely, like, sit at the table and perform. Like, they know how to make a level 1 to 20 class. But I just, I would like to see, how do I put it? It's just not, I just don't think we share really the same idea or the same, like, vision for what this concept should be, you know? The thing I'm thinking of, you have your starting equipment. Have I seen Sears? I have done a quick scan of it. I haven't really done a deep dive into it quite yet. I've been so busy with 10, 20 other things at the moment. But my initial thought, like, from what I remember seeing of it, like, I completely, like, my thing is I would love to see someone really get the red mage feel right. An authentic, like, Final Fantasy style red mage. And I feel like that's going to be a really good fit for that. Like, as of right now, I think the only class that kind of fits that role in the game is probably Bard. Like, I guess it would be Bard. But I feel like there's so much more territory for that, you know, quasi restoration, quasi damage dealing, you know. And there's a very, very easy, yeah, it's basically a wizard with a hat casting progression thrown in. Like, oh, how do I put it? like the thing I'm kind of hoping for is we get that character that, like, I mean, it's gonna need half spellcaster progression, um, or I mean, maybe there's an argument to be made that like it deserves warlock kind of progression, or I mean, Benjamin did this with the Magus, right, where it basically gets the Mystic Arcanum thing, you know, whatever. Um, Paladin or Swordsbard. Paladin is Paladin is what I would call a Gish. Swordsbard is really Gish. But Red Mage is like an equal balance between white and black magic in Final Fantasy. And, you know, white being restoration, black being destruction. So, yeah, well, most often, I think what would be really cool is, like, if I were ever to make like a full caster, like if I was gonna make a full caster to kind of evoke that feel, um, I would most likely start out by calling it a mage, right? Just a mage, general, whatever. And I know that there's like some odd rubs in narrative with like, well, yeah, but what about wizard or sorcerer? What I mean, I'm not super worried about that. What I mean by that is like I would like to at some point maybe concept a mage class where the entire thing it isn't tied into like certain spell schools. It's tied into certain colors of magic, like what you have over on Final Fantasy, right? Um, Very much like, you know, blue magic is the adaptation magic where you can pull different like attacks from other enemies and stuff. Um, the green magic is like indirect kind of support focusing on conditions. The, you know, white mage restoration, black mage should be destruction, you know, using Phil's style of magic. I considered, like, I thought that that would be a cool like jumping off point where I'm like, you know, it might not exactly be pulling from Magic the Gathering, but it could implement something like a mana system where it does cost you like those tokens or cards or whatever. Um, in Final Fantasy, they're always using MP or like mana. So I don't know. I don't know. That's way on down the line. Would Potter's tools work for the Mad Bomber for making exploding clay bombs? Yeah. And I can show you guys some of the stuff I've been that kind of came to my mind last night. Because yeah, there's glass or clay, but yeah, I think getting that classic feel, it does make sense for it to get Potter's tools. My stream with someone, the name eludes me. That was Phil Kearney, the guy that we were just talking about. Yeah, there he is. Universal Mono would be better for this since each type of color mage in Final Fantasy doesn't cross streams. Yeah, they do have, okay, so there's green, red, black, white, blue. What are the other? Cause, and also like red changes around. Attack, healing, and effect. Has no one done a... Okay, so this is materia. Which, I'm sure there's a cool class in the concept of materia alone. That's another magic system that's just so sick. Where would you... I'm not looking for materia. Mage colors, maybe? Yeah, there's like... I mean, the mages over here, it's like, you know, you have your black mage, and it kind of talks about it like a sample of like the progression, right? Where it's like they would get like fire level 1, fire level 2, fire level 3, fire level 4, and then white mages are going to get like cure level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. But red mages get like an odd distribution where it's like I can get fire and cure level 1, or fire and cure level 2, but they never go up any higher than that. So you get versatility that the others don't at the trade-off of power. And that is, as it turns out, boy, really damn good. The blue mage, I just realized you guys probably can't see all this. Blue mages are more about like adaptation. Like I wrote a wizard school of adaptation that was totally inspired by the blue mage. Adaptation in Final Fantasy is like, I'm going to pull magical effects from the enemy and then be able to use their power against them, right? It's just so sick. Like, oh man, green mages, I believe, are like kind of indirect condition based. So these are, you could say support, but like classic idea is just buffer, debuffer. Like usually green mages, it seems like they focus more on debuffing. Black mages are destruction, white mages are curing, red mages the equal split, and then I don't think that they've solidified the color for summoning. Like they clearly believe that like summoning is its own type of magic, but like they've associated it with different colors like across the games. Like if you look at Final Fantasy X, the summoner in there is Yuna, and Yuna is very much supposed to be the party white mage. If you look at like, well, okay, so in Final Fantasy X, you got a pretty clear split. You've got Yuna's your white mage, you've got Lulu as a black mage, but due to the way that the game sphere grid leveling system works, Yuna is actually a better black mage. Yeah. Your blue mage could be like Kamari, and then Titus is almost kind of a green mage because he gets time magic before just about anybody else. And what's fun over there is like Riku's your alchemist. Well, actually, I think Waka is probably more of the green mage because he applies like buffs and debuffs. But yeah, and Final Fantasy has stayed fairly consistent to this like color magic system. Like everyone can kind of fit into one of these categories if they're focusing more on magic, right? Final Fantasy, let's say like Final Fantasy, what did I say, 8? Yeah, Final Fantasy 8 was pretty clear on it. Quistis was your blue mage. Who was like the big spellcaster? I guess it was Selphie. God, now this has really got me thinking. Like Final Fantasy 7 class system over there. You could almost think that like Barrett was kind of like supposed to be the ranger. I mean, he was your long range kind of tank at times. You had Red 13 that was supposed to, I believe, serve the function of the party blue mage. Maybe a bit of a mix of green mage in there. But like, your white mage was clearly supposed to be Aerith. I think. I mean, Tifa was your monk, or your brawler, you know. Now, man, this is interesting. Now I'm like kind of trying to think of like who is who, or who is what. But yeah, it's a magic system that I think has got enough depth to where you could explore it as a general like mage class, where you're gonna make a full caster, but maybe experiment a little bit in seeing how you could diversify the different like colors as their subclasses. Rufus Shinra from the remake is a ranger 100%. Well, he's got the panther with him, right? There we go. But yeah, Final Fantasy has just a wealth of all kinds of cool ideas for D&D that really, it just seems for whatever reason the two haven't really, well, okay, D&D doesn't seem to have taken a lot of inspiration from Final Fantasy, despite Final Fantasy really setting quite a bit of precedence for like new magic systems, new classes. I mean, you think the class system in D&D is pretty dense, you ought to go look at Final Fantasy. I mean, this is nothing compared to what you get over there. It's nuts. So, with that, okay. Talking about its first full, like, core that it gets right here, right? First to third levels. The thing that I'm thinking right now is that in combat, you want to be mixing and making alchemical items. Like, that should be boom, right? So what I'm thinking is here, at first level, your practitioner of alchemical research has trained you in the implementation, augmentation, and creation of devastating chemical concoctions of incredible power. See the alchemical item section at the end of this class for the effects and items you can create with this feature. Formulae. You know a number of alchemical formulae. You know a number of formula for, let's say this. Of formulae for alchemical items equal to your intelligence modifier plus your alchemist level. You might find other formula during your adventures. You could discover a formula for a potion of giant strength detailed in runes on a fire giant's throne, for example, or shuffled among the notes of an elder alchemist's library. What I think I can do is say, when crafting, or I guess you could say, when you create alchemical item, or I guess it needs to be when we create a potion, poison, or other alchemical item. You must provide the, I guess it's ingredient. Is it better to say ingredient or component? Because I think component is a little bit more solidified. Like, it's more codified in D&D, and I think if we keep all that terminology together, it might be a little bit better. Oh. You think components would be better? Because here's what I'm thinking. There's classifications that we can give to some of these things that can really simply achieve what we're going for. The problem would be that if I went through and just went through this whole entire material components list and just detailed, like, here's what I'm saying. I can get rid of a focus. Okay. Forked metal rod can get out of here. Yeah. So here's what I'm thinking. Like, if we were to do bone. and then say like, we can write a description out for that. What I think I would like to do is say like, oh, maybe like reagent type or something like that. And you can say like, I don't know, what I thought about doing was, I have a glossary of terms that are like old alchemical words, right? And possibly, rather than doing independent, separate, like, for each individual one of these, instead going over and coming up with like a generalized term that these things can all kind of fit into, right? Where I say like, it is a, if you add bone into it, it counts as using a whatever, I don't know, ambergris, well, not this exactly, but it counts as like an ambergris item. And ambergris items can do this effect, right? And I could just tie it into where they all have separate tags and they do separate things. That would save a lot of time. One potion per monster type. Well, I think like, rather than detail just an absolute insane amount of like effects that every single material component can do, I mean, is that the goal? Like, here's the important thing. Is that the goal, or does that way overcomplicate it? Because part of me thinks it just overcomplicates it. And I don't even think the narrative is all that great. I think it looks fun on paper, but I don't think that it really, I don't think that it's necessary for the quality of play. Like, define the effect and then follow it with a list of materials. Yeah. So like, if I look up like, oh wait, doesn't have one in here. No. Body? A compound body. The deck name, deck nomen? Oh, a cover name. Digesting flask. Phlegm. Like, these are all, it's just it's a glossary of different alchemical terms. And I'm like, you know, it could be kind of cool to pull from this and say like, it is a, feces, Jesus. It is a, this is like a general, like, yeah, fire would have sulfur back one, exactly, right. Giving them, I don't know that you need to say that like it has that kind of tag. Oh wait, rather you say that like, here's what I'm thinking. Okay, you can say, actually, let me see, because there was a term for this in the bomber. Yeah, Phlostigon. Is this Stigaton? Phlogiston. This just means explosive, right? Components. This is where you say like sulfur. Yeah, back guano. That might be a little bit easier to refer to. like, what's the order of operations here? Ligastinarol is more of an inerrant substance to be extracted rather than concocted. I'm not, not that I won't. Yeah, I mean, we need the, we need that feel of, like, it's still gonna, how do I put this? There's a layer of, like, verisimilitude that, like, we want to evoke the intended, like, feeling, but we can't lose sight of the fact that it is a game, right? So, would anything appear more than once? Yeah, something can be on multiple properties here. It might be... Right? Oh, dang it. Hang on. I just restarted you in design. Why are you acting like this? A list of alchemical formulas sorted by easy to hard, 20 base formulas to start all the subclasses, then the player improve from there. Wait, what? Alchemical formulas sorted by easy to hard, 20 base formulas to start all the subclasses. Then the are you asking for, like, the structure, like the order of operations in which I'm building this thing out? Might be... I guess you could say... Or... Sure. But I recognize the fun of finding those in a far nerdy audience, and I want to throw acid at them. Yeah. Like a recipe book? What? Oh, it's not that you have to have, what I'm trying to get across is you don't have to have all these things for it to have that property. That explodes. We'll say Not concoct. Components with this property. Any alchemical item that explodes. How is this worded in acid? No, what am I thinking of? There we go. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Hey, how's the stream? Hey, how's it going? Nice. Pretty good. We're just kind of refining some things here. I guess that's right. You're making breakfast between Final Fantasy and the ingredient list. Are they only making potions off a pre-made list, or are they mix and matching properties custom, like the potion merchant? They are mixing and matching custom. Chemical item that explodes. Pretty simple. I guess that doesn't need to be there. Why then? Wait, that does need to be there. What? Weird. Okay. Yeah, the intention is to take all the customizability that you get out of the apothecary merchant and make it to where it's a martial thing. Get it away from, just get it away from all of the weight that comes with spellcasting. Okay, so like typical components: bat guano, gunpowder, sulfur, that's why formula recipe list is redundant work. Yeah, I also want to make it to where, like, if people say, okay, well, this is a component that exists in my world, I want them to be able to slot this in and say, yeah, that would work here. Like, I can come up with a new component that would mix for, like, anything explosive, you know? what do you want to call this? Kinetic reactive potential. How... There we go. We can even say sodium. Have I played Baldur's Gate 3, by the way? No, I haven't. The way their environmental effects interact dynamically makes me feel like an alchemist whenever I play that game. Whenever you cast fireball out of puddle, it creates steam. Oh yeah, Pillars of Eternity and Path of Exile are both pretty good at that too. Power potion power levels valued / capped. So if it's an alchemical item, I do not consider it to be a magical item. These are things that you should be able to create infinitely. However, if you want to, you can absolutely craft potions if you want to. This is a rule, like crafting. One of the worries that I had was like, how can we make it to where you can craft potions and like keep the power reeled in and consistent, right? Well, the issue is whenever you make it tied to a class resource rather than downtime, that's way harder to reel in. So Ross had the suggestion to instead kind of look at the Artificer and pull some of the stuff over there over into something that's a more generalized like downtime activity enhancement. So what I did here, whenever you craft as a downtime activity to make a potion, poison, or other alchemical item with a rarity of common or that is non-magical, it takes you half the normal time in gold. So this comes from the Artificer's 10th level, but on their 10th level they have a generalized any magic item with a rarity of uncommon or common, and that comes online for them so late that it seems like everybody just glazes over it. I don't think that this is actually an issue because the items that you're restricted to here are like alchemical items that it could detail later on, or the potions that it could create. You're still going to have to invest the downtime in there, and that's already a thing you can do in the game. So this just makes it easier. You as an alchemist should be good at making potions, and this is the means of doing that. How do we reel it? How do we keep it consistent to where you're not just better than a cleric at just making a bunch of these and getting the party prepped? If the DM is allowing a party to, well, number one, the material cost that's involved with this, right? The gold and the, you know, whatever. But the, like, a party could, with enough downtime, already do this. They have those on subclasses. Interesting. I don't know why they got away from it. It's a really cool design space. I don't mean quantity, I mean quality. A pseudo alchemist fire crafted in one turn doing 10d20 damage at level 2 would be bad. I know you know that, but just don't know how you reel it in. I don't design it to get that high. Yeah, I'm not assuming it will get up to that potential. At most, the damage that these should do should be about the same as a cantrip. They don't need to be doing any more than that if you can make it like that. So the scaling should be like, you could say 5th, 11th, and 17th, even though that feels kind of weird and arbitrary on an alchemist like this. You could kind of scale it more off of like where fighter gets their extra attacks, but like fighter doesn't get their last extra attack until 20th level, and it really feels like they should have gotten it at 17th. It just really does. Yeah, battlesmiths could craft armor faster, etc. I don't. Yeah, and I may very well, like, I may go through and fix or change this over on the merchant, because as I'm designing this now, I'm seeing that, like, yeah, it makes sense. It's real. This is like, you want the character to be really good at crafting. This is a really easy way to do that. I'm still trying to figure this out, where I want this to go. Yeah. You don't know how the properties work or how you assign them or mix them. I know I can mix X as an action and throw a bonus action, but I don't know what X is or how it works. We haven't defined that yet. And so yeah, the thing I'm trying to clarify right now is like how the thing. I mean, we're still talking about the basics of like how the brain is even talking to itself right now. We are not at a balancing pass at this quite yet. There's some design conventions that I'm trying not to break as I'm working on this thing, but so far we're not at a point of throwing damage numbers or anything on it quite yet. It's more so I'm trying to see how things are going to churn out. If a subclass scaffolding is kind of popping out at me. Really, I'm just trying to figure out the very, very starting point as to like where the thing needs to jump off from, you know. So like if I do this thing like explosive, okay. This is a thing that I knew is a must. There we go. This is a thing that I knew is like a must grab. What are the design things you're trying not to break? That sounds like gold. So there's certain exploits that we know of in the game that like we want to try to avoid. There's two that I really have in mind right now with this one that I'm very, very hyper aware of. The first one is anything that allows you to heal infinitely outside of combat. Bag of Rats is another one. I'm not worried so much about Bag of Rats on here. There's another one I'm talking about now that I guess I say I'm coining the term. This term just seems to make the most sense for me. The one I'm worried about right now is something I'm calling Batman prep. There's this old like kind of there's this old kind of school of thought in these like who would win a fight arguments about like the most powerful character in all of fiction is technically Batman because he can do anything with an infinite amount of prep time. He can beat anybody as long as he knows their weaknesses. He has an infinite amount of resources, whatever. So I consider something to break Batman prep if it is if it's giving you a thing that you can use to subvert most situations way too cheaply. If you're undervaluing a resource that is potentially permanent, like if this thing is just able to create potions and do it infinitely, if they're given Batman prep time, is that going to cause a problem in the game, right? Technically, it doesn't really violate that because it was kind of already a thing you could do. Yeah, go anti-lich spray, right? You guys get it. So given you either have to be like, you have to reel in its flexibility. Didn't you have a Batman prep problem on the Goblin Bomb? Yes. Yep. Batman prep broke that because you could just keep on, throwing out the bombs and then detonate them all at one time. So I have to fix that, right? Oh man, I'm glad it makes sense. But yeah, those are some things. I also know that there's a few, like, there's a few things in class scaffolding that I'm paying attention to. At first level, we need to establish what you're doing in combat. We need to know first up, straight up, right here, what is your core gameplay loop going to be? And then at second level, most likely, like if you look at Rogue, this might be the last point at which you can establish a core gameplay loop, right in here. Boom. You want to give them something for roleplay that's going to define what that means. This is kind of like the artistic side of it. You'd like to give them something for roleplay within the first 2 levels. This is something that Benjamin Huffman kind of established with the Pugilist, right? We were like, that feels so good. You give them a defining roleplay feature within their first 2 levels that you know that they're going to always be doing. Oh, that's so sick. That's why Philosopher's Stones can't coexist. Yes. Yeah, you can't just be crapping out Philosopher's Stones all the time. So by that point, we know that by 3rd level, there's a small power spike that comes online in here. And this is mostly where... It's mostly unique to spellcasters that get this. And this is why a lot of martialists actually get their subclass right in here. The power spike that spellcasters get here at 3rd level, well, full casters get, is typically so strong that you actually see wizards move away from giving full casters a 3rd level archetype right in here. The exception to this being the goddamn bard. There's so many design issues going on with 5e's bard, and this is probably, in my opinion, bard getting its subclass at 3rd level makes it inherently imbalanced in the first tier of play. They needed to figure out a different place to get you that subclass feature, and it could have been as early as 2nd level. The way that they got around bard, like the way that they tried to justify that and balance it out, was that bard doesn't get a 10th level feature, and that just produces some real big feel bads. So actually, I can talk about this real quick. Let me show you my overhaul. What I've been kind of, and this is research I'm kind of kicking around right now, as I've been working on this like overhaul project. The thing that I think most likely you need to do is this. Either what you have to do is move, you can keep the Bard College right here at 3rd level, your subclass at 3rd level, but you have to give them half caster progression, or you move it to 2nd level and keep the full casting progression on and get rid of Song of Rest, and then you can give them a feature at 10th level that kicks on. The problem is, Bard just has so many goddamn moving parts that just break this class. When I say break the class, is Bard going to do a thing that is exploitable? Probably not. But I don't think that the current design of the Bard is good for the game. I think that we can enhance the game by making Bard a half caster, and probably, like, you want to keep its Bard College here? Sure. We got to change their 6th level. Wait, where was... I moved it up to 7th. Their 6th level with Counter Charm is so nothing. So nothing. What I had been considering doing was, like, if we're going to make them, like, the half caster, make them the Red Mage. And that was kind of the idea I was rolling with, where, like, the Bard spell list is pretty diverse, but then at certain levels, Magical Secrets will kick on. And that makes it to where you can go snag spells from all over the place, right? It's my weakness. I don't care much about spells under level 5. I can work to improve that. It make me think Legacy is a space alien. There are plenty of spells. Yeah, there are plenty of, like, even first level spells. There's things that you, whenever you're designing a first level spell, you've got to keep in mind. The number one thing is, if it's like a 1st or 2nd level spell, and you put that on a wizard spell list, that means that at some point wizard can potentially cast that infinitely, even though we're thinking about spell mastery, whatever. This is my issue with Silvery Barbs being a first or second level spell. That spell's effect is so good as a reaction that if you pick it up with spell mastery, it's like the default reaction you're gonna do. And I know people were like, well, that compared to shield, that compared to shield. There's so many, like, Silvery Barbs has a lot more versatility to it than just shield. So, like, yeah. It's way too spammable. It's way too applicable in way too many avenues. Yeah. Silver, at least with shield, it's like when an attack hits you, you can do the shield, bam, right? Like, you don't think that Wizard Spellmastery has a big of an impact? I'm not really worried about the, I'm not really worried about the impact. I'm worried about the fact of, like, okay, I'm not thinking about practical play. I'm thinking about, like, the gears that are moving the system around. And I don't think that Silvery Barbs is a spell that should ever be allowed to be cast infinitely. Yeah, it's way more flexible than shield. Yeah. I'm in a level 17 campaign right now, and level 1 to 2 spell slots are the ones that we never run out of. Like, Arcane Mastery, or Arcane Recovery is, yeah, super, super nice. Spell Mastery, making it to where a first level spell is effectively a cantrip, and the effect behind Silvery Barbs makes me think that that may need to be at least a third level spell. Level 17, I thought those games were a myth. They kind of are. Trek is just lying to us all. E-Knight, Arcane Trickster both have Go Fish spellcasting at 8th. 14th and 20th. Ooh. Oh. Ooh, you're right. That's kind of cool. 8, 14, 20. You think it needs to be 2, 8, 14, 20? Because, I mean, there's a few things that I reworked on Bard, but, I mean, I'll keep that in mind. Hang on, let me write a note down on that. That's actually a really, really good idea. Yeah, Bard's not a third cast. Like, Bard is a half caster, but they're like kind of an echo, or like the best of the third casters in a way, like the king of the third casters. That's kind of cool. Level 17, you have 25-ish spell slots. Even with 5 encounters, 3 rounds of combat, and use reactions every round. Yeah, and what I'm saying is, I still think that even practically, casting the spell needs to at least come with some weight. And once you, like, even if it's a spell slot expense, like, at least something, in terms of, like, practical play, what's going on, it's like, okay, I get it. Like, I understand you and I hear you, but I still think that there needs to be something spent. Boy, my tweet's getting attention. Yeah, I tweeted out earlier, the short rest shouldn't die because of coffee lock should die because of coffee lock. And, I mean, hey, it's got a little bit of activity. At least more than just me throwing out opinions into the void. So back on the Alchemist. We were talking about, kind of things I'm looking out for. Let me write some of this stuff down while I'm here. Fourth level ability score improvement. Mix. There's probably room in the 4th level for some kind of a defensive boost in there. Lightning in a bottle. Hey, Francisco Francis. Is it Frances? Francis. Either way, Francisco. Hey, thanks for subscribing. 9th level, they need a power spike. Yeah, yep, 13th level, they need a power spike. I'm just gonna write that in here. 11th level. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna figure this out. Okay. So, I will... Deft, I don't know, whatever. Quick, swift, swift, technique, sure, I don't know, something like that. Whatever, this is a placeholder name, that's so bad. I hate it. Alright. Alright, so rundown real quick. And then, if you guys are... Oh yeah, Arcane Mastery, yeah. Traditionally go with shield, yes. I'm actually more and more in line to say that, like, Treant Monk has got the real good take on just get rid of shield. Like, you know, you can make all these changes to it, whatever, but, like, even, like, I think the healthiest change I've heard for it is, like, change it to where it's equal to your spellcasting ability modifier. But, you know, it's ultimately the kind of thing where, like, okay, well, that's not really fixing the issue of, like, it is the default pick at 18th level, so, you know, like, yeah. We still have to design around the thought of there are tables that will hit that level, so, okay. Now, oh, that does show off on camera. I showed you guys these mini tokens I got, right? They're little, like, stands for Drift Globe. So I can, boom, and it turns on with a little LED and it glows. But yeah, it fades away and then, well, come on, do it more. What are you doing? Yeah. Pretty cool. Alright. So let's with the entire campaign. Yeah, at least they, well, I will say at least they are using a resource, though. It's like, is it potentially infinite? Okay. Practically versus potential infinites, right? Like, that's, yeah. I am way more fine with practically infinite than I am with, yeah, I'm way more fine with practically infinite than I am with, like, just infinites, you know? Which I'm planning on banning shield for. Okay, so we talked about the first level features. Formula. You know a number of formula for alchemical items equal to your intelligence modifier plus your alchemist level. You might find other formula during your adventures. You could discover a formula for a potion of giant strength detailed in runes on a fire giant's throne, for example, or shuffled among the notes of an elder alchemist laboratory. When you create a potion, poison, or other alchemical item, you must provide the components detailed in the item's description. So, moving on from there, there's two core things that you're going to be doing on your turn. Augment and concoct, and then, you know, using the potion. While you have your alchemist supplies in hand, you can use unique techniques with the use an object action on your turn. You start knowing two such techniques. Augment, I'm glad I'm looking through this now. Augment. Yes, I do leave the methods of discovery for formulas in the DM's hands, although whenever you gain levels, you by default get one. And, wait. Where did I... in your inventory, which are consumed in the process. Okay. Which are consumed in the process. So, alchemical items that you craft as a downtime activity are crafted with patience and are and care in a controlled environment. However, those that you alter and create using this action are made swiftly and lack stability, quickly losing their efficacy. Augment. So this is, remember, all with the use an object action on your turn. You can add, or you add a new effect to a potion, poison, or other alchemical item you are holding, determined by the component used. Any additional effect added loses its potency if the item is not used by the end of your next turn. Concoct. You create a non-magical alchemical item that you know the formula for. If the item is not used by the end of your next turn, it loses its potency and becomes a mundane catalyst. See the item's description, and I'll get to that later on. Where was that? How do alchemists inscribe them? Is it just I found it, now I can use it anytime I want? Yes. I just kind of figure it's like, it's weird if it's like a martial class and these are formulas that you can get. I mean, there's other ways that a DM can just erase it from your memory, like if they wanted to, but I just, Money catalyst is good. Thanks. Well, and part of the reason is going to be that, like, I want you, if you concoct it and you don't use it, that catalyst is still a thing. Like, I just consider the ingredients are, like, in whatever. But at that point, you've got a catalyst that you can use for, like, at least you can throw other stuff into it and you keep using it, you know? Keep in mind, I can make crack. Everybody's like, oh yeah, I want this to be the drug dealer class. Alchemic Ability. You can use intelligence instead of dexterity for the attack and damage rolls of your improvised weapon attacks using alchemical items. Further, when you use one of these items that calls for a saving throw, you can use your alchemy save DC instead of the DC listed in the item's description. Now, it gives you this up here. It uses your intelligence modifier. I'm happy to be making, like, the intelligence martial list now. Like, that feels... Oh man, I'm so down for this. Improvise attacks using alchemical items. And the range. Does that make sense? I'm wondering if that... I don't think that has to be a separate feature. Does it? Is that required to be a separate feature? Like, I guess this is all clarified. You should say potency. You can fight it and you can embrace it. People are going to make crack either way. Yeah, I mean, sure. I would just rather not. Like, I would just rather not inject that in here. The catalyst is like a magic soup pot, where as long as you don't look in, it lasts forever. Yeah, the idea there being that, like, if it just becomes a worthless thing in your hand... Okay, is that... If it just becomes like a worthless, like, pile of gunk that you have, it's... I mean... Yeah, sure, it's D&D. There's plenty of uses for just gunk, whatever. But, like... I want it still to be a thing that, like, if it's part of your core class resource, it's not just like, I have to keep getting my like ammo out, and you know, like I guess you could say like the thing I'm basically thinking is like you make the mundane catalyst, and the catalyst is just like a basically a something that can be augmented, but otherwise it's just like sludge, you know. Like it's just base alchemical components, a non-magical slurry, I guess you could say, but at least like, you know, you can augment it. Possibly. Thinking. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you have to have the component. Trevin Marler, hey, thanks for subscribing. Oh god. Wait, what? Is there like a whole side conversation going on? Wait, still running my first real campaign over 12 sessions. My 5 to 7 players have gained 1 level from 2 to 3. They haven't left the starting town yet. The problem I run into is only 1 of 7 is familiar with 5e, and he's only made it to 2 sessions. Everybody else is handhold. I've had is to handhold. Okay. I've had to make their character sheets. One already retired a character. Boy, you might have some. I'm not gonna say irresponsible players. What's the right word here? You might have some players that just don't value your time. Like, I mean, I'm not sure how old you are, Metacliff, or anything like that, but this is a thing I had to figure out in like my mid-20s. People that aren't respectful of my time, yeah, disengaged. We'll call it that, right? Disengaged. Non-committed, right? I let my players know, like, the thing I would say is like, yeah, okay, so Radiant Robert's got one suggestion I would recommend. I would cut that table size down by half. Ask who would like to come, who would like to commit to a weekly or bi-weekly kind of a meetup, and then do D&D that way. I found that, like, as I get older, I can't rely on people being there every week. We've got to do D&D every other week, right? I tried accommodating and making it easier, but it's realistically just we're all in our 30s now, and everybody's got other shit going on, right? But I can most likely get everybody, even at like a table of 8, to show up to a bi-weekly session, you know. I say bi-weekly, every other week. Let me make that clear. So I can rely on everybody to show up like every other week. If we know that, you know, Sunday is D&D day, they will be here at 6 o'clock, and we will play until maybe 9 or 10 o'clock, and then we're good for 2 weeks, right? So far I've hit a really, really good streak where we've only had to cancel because of, like, either a major weather thing like tornadoes in the area, or like a major life event happens. Um, I'm not hearing like any excuses from people or anything. So like, yeah. Um, there's another style of game that has developed that I think is actually pretty accommodating to a rotating cast of characters. You might look up, um, you might look up the West Marches style of running a campaign, and like, you just let the players know, like, if you're here this week, you're here this week, whatever. But if you're not here, we're gonna play D&D. And like, if it, so I saw that you were talking about tracking experience, like XP for kills and everything like that. I would almost say don't worry about that. Make it to where, like, whenever you were in college, West Marches was the way to go. Though I didn't know it was called that, other people did. Yeah. So West Marches, what I would recommend you do is you just say, hey, for this session, the people that are playing, it's going to be a 5th level character. If people are, 5 of them are there every week and they have a blast, they just have to grasp on, they just have no grasp on the rule set, don't have books, and you offer to help them out, but they take their time making character decisions. So then I would have this conversation with them, like, those 5 that are there, great, like, yep, you guys are reliable, cool, we can get this going, right? They have no grasp of the rule set, don't have the books, and you've offered to help them out. I would, like, just see, like, hey guys, one of the things I think that could really improve this game, maybe even look up, like, make a YouTube playlist, right? Where you're like, there's some things that I think could help us run the game a little bit more efficiently, right? It might be taking us a while, but like, let's say they want to make an attack and they know that like they're going to do that on their turn, right? Say, you know what you should probably do? Grab the d20 and the damage dice that you're using for that roll and roll them together. So that way it's not like, do I hit? Oh, okay. And then I'm going to roll another damage, or I'm going to roll a damage die, right? This saves, I mean, an average of like maybe 2 or 3 seconds, but like those seconds really do add up. Also, people like trying to figure out what die they use and counting those dice out and all that stuff, it starts to build up, especially with spellcasters. Yeah, tracking XP is way too granular. Anyway, if you spontaneously add a goblin, you're supposed to either spontaneously add experience. Why bother? Both milestone and time level gains are way easier. Yeah, just save your work smarter, not harder kind of a thing, right? Yeah, quick reference /doc/sheet. Yes, one of the things I will do, I actually talked about this yesterday. I will print out like all the pertinent stuff for their character information. Luckily right now I've got, at my current table, I've got a shaman, a dancer, a runekeeper, and then a shaman, dancer, runekeeper. What the fuck is Brent playing? Barbarian. Okay, so dancer, runekeeper, shaman, barbarian. So what I've done is I printed out all their class features and their subclass, and I gave that to them as like part of their character sheets and whatnot. So they all have a binder that they track all this stuff in. The guy playing the runekeeper has gone through the effort of printing out like the entire runekeeper document, and he's got that and he's sorting through it because he knows that he has to track multiple effects and whatnot. The guy playing the shaman is another DM, and he's doing something really similar, but he's got all that on his tablet. So I don't know what program he's using, but there's never a lull in combat for that. So like there's things that you can do like that. I'm trying to think of other things to like just kind of help out with the first player experience. I recommend anybody that it's their first time playing D&D, depends on how familiar with the system they are, but I try, whenever I say that like something might be difficult to pilot, this is the kind of thing I'm thinking of. If it's somebody's first time playing D&D, I will not, I'll be like, you know what? If they ask me to play my merchant, I'm like, let me let you experience, like, can we try something a little bit more basic at first, you know, maybe a fighter or something like that, and then I can have you jump in on, you know, maybe a multi-class or something, right? The spellcasting is a system that not many players that are brand new to the game are going to have an easy time comprehending their first time playing D&D. They have those problems, and I gave a whole class to them. They aren't thinking of their turn until it is their turn. I've considered an hourglass, give them a bonus to rolls if they think ahead/fast. You don't even need to incentivize them to play, or punish them for I don't know, like keeping a countdown like that. Just bring it up with them, you know, like rather than punish them that way, just say, you know, like, hey, there's like, I just kind of feel like we're taking forever. I mean, sit down and talk. It might just be the kind of thing that you just say, you know, hey, running the game, I love running the game for you guys, but what I would love is the feeling that, like, this game, like, I'm not having to think of 20 different things at the same time while I'm running it for you guys. Part of that is, I would love to not have to be explaining what's on your character sheet. If you just knew the information that's right there, instead of like me having to point to XYZ thing, this is like kind of that, it's kind of a secondary curse of the forever DM. Some of us are people that just know this game so well that, like, the players will just not look up what their character does during their turn, because they're just using us as the, like, you're the easy index, you tell me what this does, right? Also, the BBEGs have timelines, means, motivation, resources, and if the players just chill, bad things. Like, if it's something that they're doing, I won't punish them because I'm getting impatient. Like, if they're doing stuff in a dungeon, like, literally just going around, like, I don't know, peeing on walls, or yelling and screaming, or firing off guns, and it's like, well, you're gonna alert people that are in the dungeon, right? If the players are going to get, or if something is going to happen as a result of the player's actions, or I would rather punish due to the result of the character's actions, not the players, right? And I don't even think punish, it's a consequence of what you did, right? Like, I guess that's a better term for it. Train combat, whenever you tell someone it's their turn and the person goes next and it's like, hey, you're on deck. Yeah, I always, whenever it's somebody's turn, I'm always looking ahead to see who's next on deck. That is, like, I'll say, all right, like, Sean, it's your turn, and then next turn, I've got Amanda, and then right after her, it's going to be Brent, or whatever, right? I'm like, players' names. So, you know, things like that. I've also found that, like, a really subtle thing that you can do to, actually engage players a lot more is don't talk to them using their real-life name. Use their player's name, or sorry, their character's name, because just that subtle thing of, all right, I don't know, Kenry, it's your turn, like, something like that, right? Or this sounds like kind of basic info, but for real, these will actually subconsciously go away in enhancing engagement. The more that players feel that, like, oh, I'm controlling a character here, the more willing they are to buy into, we're at the table and I want to keep building into this experience. You know, that's that buy-in. It's a tricky matter of, like, how you engage with, I guess I want to say running the game, but, like, you use character names, good. Some of the other things I encourage, like, okay, number one, I roll all my rolls out in the open. Oh, you were 30 seconds behind when you saw that. I make all my rolls out in the open, because I feel like having the screen up, not only is it like, I don't want players to feel like I'm doing something unfairly, you know. I will never roll behind a screen. The only time I'll start rolling behind a screen is like there's a player that is about to die and a fate roll needs to happen. And what I mean by like a fate roll is like what I need to do is make a determination as to whether or not I need to arbitrate a roll that may or may not enhance the story. These are typically about like a coup de grace. There's an enemy that's standing over a player that is making death saving throws and they could kill them, but maybe there is an event that occurred within the last turn that makes it to where I can narratively justify this guy not just digging this into your sternum and, you know, twisting it, right? That's the kind of thing where I will leave it up to like a fate roll. And in that moment, I'm kind of thinking, rather than rolling, I'm not even paying attention to the die. Rather than rolling, I'm taking the time to just consider, if I'm rolling behind the screen, that dice roll has no impact on the game. Like, none at all. I'm using that as a bit of misdirection. I'm using that misdirection to kind of like arbitrate in my mind what needs to happen, but the fact that I have a dice roll is making players feel like this is like it's literally, oh, there's a tense moment happening, right? They think that it's up to chance. That misdirection that you have is a really powerful tool. You're enhancing the tension without letting your players know, like, I am trying to justify why this VVEG won't just coup de grace you right now, right? And that has gone in a few different ways. The most recent one I had was Amanda's character. She was playing a runic warrior using the variant Runekeeper stuff I came up with. Her character went up against a Minotaur while she was at 2nd level, and the party had split, and there were only 2 other party members with her, right? So this is, oh god, not looking good for them. She goes down and starts making death saving throws, and since the Minotaur had hit her, the party rogue had also struck the Minotaur, and I was like, this is going to be a 50-50 shot. Evens, it's going to hit, it's going for Amanda's character. Odds, it's going to go for the rogue that just distracted it, right? Ooh, I roll it out, and this was one that I actually didn't arbitrate. I rolled it out, and it rolled up to hit Amanda's character. And it goes over, coup de grace her, it kills her character outright, and keeps on kind of engaging with the fight that's going on. The party rogue killed it, and then the party druid, our buddy Eric, was like trying to think of any way that he could resurrect her or do whatever. They're 2nd level characters. It's not really much of anything they could have done, right? Except this was fucking brilliant. This was a moment of cool, like rule of cool kind of moment here. I had forgotten that they had ransacked. It's funny, I've got this class up while I'm doing that. They had ransacked an Alchemist lab like 4 sessions ago, and I was just like not really thinking of it. I was like improvising ingredients that they found whenever they ransacked it, and one of the things that I had said off the cuff was powdered unicorn's horn, and they used the unicorn's horn in like this whole like smorgasbord of checks or whatever, and I was like, that is such a good moment that I'm like, I'm going to make a fate roll. And that's whenever I rolled it behind the screen. And I was like, it's such a good idea. I have to reward that. Like, I mean, in the world that I was currently running, it was like, yeah, if you found a unicorn horn, that thing is worth quite a bit more than just 300 gold pieces that you would have to have for the diamond for Revivify. I would think that something that is that rare and that valuable and that innately magical, it was enough for me to go like, that'll work. That's fine. Now, did I obey the 5e rules there? Like, was that up to snuff with like the guidelines that they give or anything like that? No, that was 100% just a moment where I was like, I need to like hard override the game mechanics because this would be a great story beat right here. So, you know, things like that are what I think, like, you're always using your judgment, whatever, but like rolling behind the table or rolling behind the screen made that moment where they didn't know if she was going to come back or not, made that moment just so much more like, I added a little bit of tension on top of this really cool story moment that they had. And that payoff was just so much more like, I mean, they still talk about that to this day. Like, those are those kinds of moments that you can feel like, yeah, people are going to remember that, you know? And it's one of the things that like, Franson will tell people anytime he's playing D&D. I always hear they've got customers coming in up at Shuffles and he's telling them about, you know, the time he brought him in his character back with Powdered Unicorn Horn. So those are real feel good things that you can, if somebody's remembering a session at your table, you're gonna feel like a good DM, you know. You pulled that punch. The problem I have with dropping the screen before the campaign, I tried to familiarize a few of them with a one-shot. First session, first encounter. By all rights, I killed 3 of them with a trap, so you pulled that punch. Yeah, yeah, there's a few one-shots. Well, honestly, so like Lost Mine of Phandelver, that first encounter is kind of tough on first level characters. If you've got a party of 3 running Lost Mines of Phandelver, they were not really doing things like average party level back then. So the encounters didn't account for lower than 4 party members in a party, right? If you run Lost Mines of Phandelver, even with 4 party members, the first encounter can actually TPK. And it's not like that's uncommon. If you have 3 party members, it's very possible that that can TPK your party. Especially if you don't have, I don't want to spoil anything, but like, in party members with low ranged options and not a lot of movement, that first encounter can be pretty damn scary. Changing lives 1d4 plus 2 at a time. I conducted several polls about attitudes towards DMs fudging dice. Unfortunately, it is now the norm for DMs to fudge dice and players to expect it and even to be okay with it. I don't like the trend. I say this because of the DM screen discussion. I think DMs should roll openly. Yeah. Otherwise, the game doesn't have weight. Like, that's the thing is, and there's so many people that are just like, whatever, and I'm like, yeah, okay, like, however you play D&D, I'm not gonna literally show up at your doorstep, knocking on your door with a goddamn butcher knife or anything like that. You play D&D however the hell you want to, but I'm saying that, like, whenever I'm talking about the game, I've got a certain way that I look at it, that, like, if people are just coming over here and saying, you know, well, we just, I mean, no rolls really matter. We don't run with hit points or anything. That's where I'm like, okay, I'm not thinking about the game that way. I'm thinking about the game in terms of how they've, like, written it in the system. And, like, you can absolutely 100% say, like, yeah, we're playing D&D. But I think there comes a point where, like, I don't know that you can make the argument that you're playing 5e. There's absolutely, like, home rules, all that stuff. Yeah, absolutely. But, like, the game is designed around, there's numerical, there's numbers that are going to get thrown in between, like, you as a player versus the monster that is controlled by the DM. There's a negotiation and combat system that occurs right there. Boom, whatever. I feel that And this is the thing that, like, I know Ross doesn't track hit points. I personally cannot play that way. I cannot run the game that way. I feel that I am intrinsically, like, and I feel that I'm cheating my players if I do that. And because I had this discussion with some of my players, and I was like asking them, if I were to not be tracking monster hit points anymore, how would that make you feel? And universally, all of them told me, like you're cheating. And I was like, okay, or like nothing that they do actually matters. That's a bad feeling. I'm like, no, you guys want to feel like you are fucking the thing up, right? And I feel like if I'm not tracking back there, I have a commitment to be like, you know what? There's a monster I'm throwing in front of you. If I don't want to track hit points for a thing, we don't have an encounter. Like, I don't know, something like that. Players gotta have enough difference in game style to even know the difference behind or beyond white room assumptions about how a game actually runs using different table meta rules. I also don't know why players are okay with the DM fudging dice for story reasons, but not players doing the same for story reasons. Comparatively, the thing that you're getting there is like the thing that I brought up the other day with Orion Akaba rolling an initiative roll and then saying he was going to re-roll because it flew out of his hand, and then everybody was like, what? It feels like you're delegitimizing the rules of play. Like what you just did is making it to where, like, oh, how do I put this? What you just did cheapens the experience and tension and challenge of what's happening at the table. We all, like, no matter what, one of the things that the game is trying to do is present you with a challenge. And, like, I mean, I think if you remove any element of challenge from the game, I don't know that you can call it a game anymore. If you are removing any essence of challenge that happens, I just don't think I would have fun with the game. I know that much for sure. But let's say, like, you remove any challenge from it. You're either doing, like, what does D&D look like at that point? Is it just a life simulator? You don't know why players think the DM fudging doesn't delegitimize the game, like when a player fudges. I will only fudge if I feel like it's like the story needs to work out that way. Or no, wait. I will fudge if I make a roll that I shouldn't have made, and I want it to go favorably for the players. If I realize that there's something that happens that me as a DM, I'm like, why am I leaving this up to a roll right now? I'll fudge it. I'm just like, I'll make the roll, and then I'll be like, why does that need to be a check? No, whatever. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I'll fudge like that all the time. Sometimes I'm just like, I'm running the game, and then I get into my, like, monkey brain, and I think, like, yeah, okay, I need to make a dice roll for this, a contested check or something, and I roll it, and then I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, no, you're good. Like, you know, yeah, fudging to protect the fuck up is different than blatantly disregarding the roll. Yeah. My players will all vouch for me here, if I brought them all on here or something like that, that I will do everything in my power to try and make things work out for them while still presenting a challenge. Like, there's just... I want everybody to feel like a hero, but I will not make the sacrifice that they should be allowed to have things that will fundamentally break the game down in order for them to feel like heroes. I don't think that that's necessary. Things like silvery barbs, that's not necessary for the players to get the D&D experience. And if I find something that I feel like is a problem, and I'm like, is this actually enhancing my game? Does this do something meaningful that I think is required for the game? I will most likely just be like, there's no reason to have that right now. Anybody that's making the argument at this point in favor of silvery barbs is just going to be upset if you remove a toy that they feel they solve D&D with. And it's not that you solve D&D, it's that WotC has some real lazy design work going on, and they did not playtest that material. Like, it's an odd thing for me whenever people feel like, yeah, I'm into D&D because it feels like a puzzle I need to solve. Character options feel like a thing that once I solve them, I've got some secret knowledge, right? And I just don't, that's not you're not finding out a secret. You're just literally reporting on the same thing that all of us know, but we just don't really give a shit about. Like, if a table that hasn't ran player roll all day, wait. If a table hasn't run player roll all dice? What is that? Is that like also for the monsters and stuff? So like the attacks and everything against them? Yeah, someone made a poll on their community tabs about Twilight Cleric, and it won almost wholesale. Yeah, it's really clear. It's extremely clear that there are options in the game, and this is Twilight Cleric is one that I point to as this is an example that Wizards of the Coast is putting problem, as in from a balance standpoint. They are putting stuff into their game that is unhealthy right now. We can look back on the 5e later on, and we can look at Tasha's and say, this objectively proves that there is a lack of final care and polish put into from the design team right now. If meaningful choice is important to you in like this game, then you should be critical of that book. Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. We've had it now for, hasn't it been 2 years now? Nearly 2 years, maybe? And what that book has proven is that Wizards of the Coast does not have a great final end polish. A great final design polish right now. What is Six Sigma? Control, define, measure, analyze, improve. Oh. So it's like a process of... Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. Yes, so Six Sigma, it appears to be a process improvement. Interesting. Huh. Well, they need, Wizards of the Coast has established a very, I feel like this is very intentional. They have set forth an expectation with everything that they create, and a mindset amongst their fans that essentially nothing is an issue because everything in this game is like whatever, you can fix it, you can change it, whatever. That right there should be a big red flag. They're not willing to stand behind the stuff that they put out other than to print it into a book. That is bad work. Bad work. I will always criticize him on that. If the Unearthed Arcana is just a preview of like what we're going to see coming up in a future book without any changes now, yeah, they're not making a game, they're making content. Yeah, they're pumping out DLC at this point. You know, they're not releasing books that are actually improving on how to run the game for sure. Like, the material that was in Tasha's was about like 1/10 of what I would like to see for a DM. There needs to be a guide put out that is simply DMs running the game. But here's the problem. For every one sale that you're going to make to a DM, you would make at least 3, if not 4, on a player-focused thing. WotC is terrified of releasing anything that doesn't have player character options because it would hurt book sales. I bet you, I'm almost willing to put money down on this, that Xanthar's Guide and Tasha's have likely outsold the Dungeon Master's Guide. And that's among like box sets, anything. Let's look at like total sales figures for the Dungeon Master's Guide and compare that to the sales of like Tasha's and Xanthar's Guide. I guarantee you both of those books individually have probably outsold the Dungeon Master's Guide. Now, if that's a sales figure, I could see, okay, I could see WotC moving away from DM focused stuff because they were getting sales figures like that back from Hasbro. I wonder. I'm like super curious about that. Pushing culture to focus on narrative and story ideas is we can't assign wait, what? Let's see, the critter's gonna kill them. Let's see, in the fudge. Okay, with. I still think that death needs to have a purpose. That can't be true. DMG has been out way longer. Definitely, that's why I'm making the assertion that I think it's actually a kind of interesting figure. I would make the prediction that Tasha's / Xanthar's Guide or Xanthar's Guide have most likely outsold the DMG. I just don't think that there's enough of a customer base. I don't think there's the same number of customers trying to buy the Dungeon Master's Guide that there are buying things like Tasha's and Xanthar's Guide. There's just not enough DMs out there compared to players. I'm not gonna lie, you probably wouldn't buy a book without character options. That's just the fun part for me. I mean, there needs to be more material on just how to run this game for DMs out there. Like, I mean, the fact that Van Richten's guide released with like 2 player character options and then a few races. Oh, man. When an 8 adventurers die, this is why villagers and farmers generally won't become adventurers. Hey, what's up, Huntsman? We're in their hands. The players write the story. The DM reins it in. I mean, it's still collaborative. I think the DM is responsible for providing the setting, and the setting is its own character. I would agree. Xanthar's Guide and Tasha's is outsold. As a DM, I rarely reference the DMG, but X and TC nearly every week. And that's also partially a problem, that the 5e DMG is just not a great book. You know, you don't need the Dungeon Master's Guide to run the game, but I feel like it should at least feel quite as important, or at least somewhat as important as the Monster Manual and the Player's Handbook. Yeah, it doesn't help that the DMG isn't really a guide, yeah. You know, this is why like I praise Pathfinder. They went with like a really consumer friendly model where their core rule book appeals to both dungeon masters and players. Um, hey, Titania, yeah. Uh, what ability scores do you need for the Alchemist? Most likely, intelligence is what you're going to prioritize, followed by Constitution or Dexterity. So, intelligence, Constitution, Dex. Yeah. I am trying to make an intelligence caster, or I'm sorry, wow, an intelligence martialist right now. What's gonna feel good for its alchemist, like starting equipment? Because like your flasks are gonna be your like basic ammunition. Any info on the 5.5 book that I'm aware of? I'm trying to think if there was anything like recent. I didn't even give him leather armor proficiency. Light crossbow. I mean, God, they really need... Because they're getting simple weapons. You can attack with alchemical items that use your intelligence modifier. Yeah, I guess it doesn't need to be light crossbow. If Dex is a lean-to stat, then light armor and ranged weapons fold in pretty intuitively. Let me look up, like, Alchemist artwork. Like, I guess I don't see an issue with them getting light armor. Okay, you know what? Warlock gets it. Okay, I mean, this is leather armor. Okay, that guy's wearing leather armor. That guy's definitely wearing leather armor. Oh, she's wearing some kind of leather armor. Not a lot of coverage on that, you know. I have no idea. Oh, Grand Blue. Dang it. I was like, oh man, this would have been so funny to use for the Sovereign. Like this big fat king right here. That'd be so great. Okay. I guess they do need light armor. Oh wow, the barbarian loadout doesn't give you light armor off the get-go. Interesting. Or the option to even take it. Huh. Wait, is a blowgun a simple weapon? Is that redundant? No, I think it's a martial ranged weapon, right? Yeah. Definitely need some artisan's tools. You already got your alchemist supplies. Proficiency with giggles. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that That chick was suffering a -1 penalty to her AC for that. Which is bizarre given its nature. I mean, I guess I can see why they went with that. We need fantasy robes. Yeah, I see it being like a lab coat. It's kind of where I'm at with it. Okay. Are things coming along quite well? Quite well. This should be, I think we can have our main core of what you're going to do. Okay, does it now Phil, give me your opinion here. Give me your opinion, Phil. You start knowing 2 such techniques, augment and concoct. Do you think that this needs to have this is necessary, I think. I mean, Ross is telling me that he was worried about how cluttered this is going to be in the action economy. Wait. You do that. That. Wait, what? Wrinkles your brain. What? Listening to this while you come up with your first homebrew class? From 9 to 7 pages. Oh, good. Yeah, reduction. Always good to streamline stuff. These streams just put me in the perfect mood. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, so Phil, your take on this real quick. You basically, let me do this. You basically have to be able to use the thing as a part of creating it, right? Like, because otherwise, because I was talking about this with Ross, and he was like, yeah, if you're not doing this, Ross is basically like, you have made it to where they will essentially get 1 turn in combat. If you don't make it to where they can either, like, prep it, or, like, yeah, it needs to trigger and target at the same action. That's what I think. Maybe send your reaction. I don't think that that's super necessary. Part of the fun is going to be that if you prep it and you're like, I'm going to hold off to throw this thing until that other thing happens, right? Like, I kind of like that. What if it's, you can use the ready after, Hold up. What's the... I mean, everything's like chemical, alchemical, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so why am I designing it this way? The reason being, due to the gameplay loop that's kind of happening with it, their bonus action should inform... Okay, hold up. Sorry, I'm trying to find the right word for this. This class is essentially locked out of doing something pretty cool, and that is Martialists have a lot more uses for their reaction than spellcasters do. Spellcasters can do things like shield, counterspell, all that stuff, right? But those are kind of set expectations. This class is essentially locked out of ever doing something as a reaction because of the way that crafting with alchemy works. You have to make the item, yada yada yada, whatever here, but anything that you create will not ever be able to be used as a reaction because you can't take the ready action unless you legitimately wait on it for your... You create it, you wait for your next turn. I take the ready action to throw this at the thing, but by then it's the end of your turn and the thing has expired. You will never be able to take the ready action on this character unless you get a feature like this. Yep. To be fair, this is a ranged character. I still want you to be able to make a lot of use of... Okay. This being right here, you are not really going to get a lot of opportunity attacks. You're a ranged character. I mean, essentially. Yeah, you're a ranged character. Would it be too strong if it didn't cost your bonus action to ready the action? Yeah, because you're essentially getting 2 actions at that point. Hey, Luke. How am I doing today, everyone? I just got... We're doing well. We're making some headway on here. Your concern is that a character can chug a vial or swig a shot as a reaction? Not really. You can already use it like as a part of creating it, right? So like, I'm gonna quickly draft a healing draw and then administer it to somebody, right? I'm not sure bonus action to concoct is the way to go. I think that there's an argument that they need to have a unique bonus action right in here. And I think that this is a good start for a unique bonus action. This is helping to clean up their action economy in a way. Now, if we decide we want to go with a cunning action type feature right here, right? Wait, so you can throw a potion as your action and with the ready action? Yeah. The idea being that, like, does it have to be the one that you concocted? Effervescent reaction? What's effervescent mean? Yeah, if you're behind, I mean, there may be a buffering thing, but if you set your speed to 2 times, it keeps you pretty well caught up. Vivacious and enthusiastic. Huh. But it's also giving off bubbles and fizzy? Oh, I like that. Well, it says bubbly fizzy drinks, but also like energetic, and I think that's pretty on point. Like effervescence. We have a lot of E features. Enhanced potency. This can, I don't know. This will something else. I don't know what. I'm gonna have to help you. Well, I appreciate having you. Like vinegar and baking soda, yeah. I think, okay, 2.5 hours. I do have a thing I've got to do. I need to in-stream for sure at 1. Yeah, I need to in-stream at 1 and kind of get some stuff ready around here. Alchemical reaction sounds better in your opinion. I have too many features that have the word like alchemy in it. Like, I mean, alchemy right here, alchemical method right here. Falsified decoctions, yeah, that'll work. Please tell me there's a room for a feature or subclass called the Homebrewer. There is. That's one of the things that we've been talking about. Yeah. It's a little trick with YouTube live streaming. If you set the timer to, or if you set the speed to 2 times, it for some reason like overrides server side buffering on their end with live streaming, and yeah. Change the others to effervescent. This needs to be, okay, so wait, the 3rd level needs to be like alchemical method. Everyone's gonna be expecting that. Boom. Why are we doing this as opposed to just doing the official Artificer Alchemist subclass? What do we want that it doesn't have to be a full... Wait. What do we want that it doesn't have to be a full class? I don't agree with the design direction that they went in with the Artificer Alchemist at all. Absolutely at all. I think that it may be the subclass designed with the least care for the narrative precedent. I was talking about this with Amanda last night. The Alchemist requires some buy-in that it comes packaged with this idea. Like, no matter what, the Artificer has a bit of a steampunky aesthetic to it that not all DMs are willing to buy in on. However, you decouple an Alchemist and expand it out into a full class, I think you've got a lot better buy-in from DMs. And also, if someone doesn't want to use this, they don't have to. Yeah. But it's a thing that I want to make. So yes. Now, as opposed to completely rewriting the Alchemist Artificer, I don't agree with the design decisions that they went with by making the Alchemist an Artificer. I feel that the entire archetype is robust enough to make it to where it's an entire class. I mean, I think that it's like, there's so much that you can be doing with this that WotC is just choosing not to. Same thing that happened with the Runekeeper. I think that they just, I think they're just choosing not to make a new magic system. Which it is work, right? But like, they supposedly have a design team up there that is, you know, 5+ people. I'm one dude and I wrote one. Like, you know, I just don't think that they're willing to put in the work on it right now. So they went with an easy route. I also think that the Artificer, like, as far as the subclasses go, I get the narrative beat that they went with. I get why they did what they did. And I think that it was, at the time, a decent starting point. But I think it has the same issue like what I have with Eldritch Knight. Eldritch Knight always feels like Eldritch Knight just feels like it's not really living up to the fantasy of a spell sword. And it feels like there's going to be so much more expression in it, right? Which is why Benjamin Huffman made the Magus. And I'm like, ooh, yeah, that feels right on. Yeah, if I had a design team of 5 full-time designers, the kind of shit I'd be punching out, oh baby. We need a WotC rescue reality show. Oh man. Yeah, I recognize the council has made a decision, but I'm choosing to ignore it, yes. Change alchemical method to personal touch. An effervescent reaction to alchemical reaction. What? Alchemical method is your subclass. I mean, I guess you could say alchemical practice. Would it be... I think I like practice better. Right? Potent. Poisson Regent. Yeah, I'm trying to think of something that's got some better punch than just potent. I feel like I keep coming up with potent. You feel like the Alchemist has a similar steampunkish aesthetic as the Artificer, in your opinion? I feel like alchemy has a way better precedent in classic fantasy than an Artificer does. Yeah, Poisson is fucking weird. I don't quite like it. My only problem with new magic systems, alchemy, psionics, runes, is that there should be multiple classes dedicated to them, like how there are multiple casters. Doesn't stop me from trying. I think that there's an argument to be made, and someone brought this up the other day, that like a scion is, or like a scion, a psychic, whatever, could be arguably like the same magic system as monk, where we're thinking about like what is key, at least like in terms of like an abstraction, right? Like key and psionic energy are essentially like you're tapping into like some universal essence or something, right? And this essence or energy or whatever it is what fuels that power. So like if you just think about psionics like key, I think you start to feel like, ooh. My issue with Artificer is that there's so many precedents in Fantasy and 5e that have other non-Artificers that make magic items. My current problem with the Artificer is more so that, like, WotC is asking you to just reflavor it because they don't want to write mechanics down. They're not willing to build on a system for crafting at all right now. Like, non-magical crafting to make a character that's effective in combat. That has shit that they can do, you know? Yeah, there were multiple psionic classes in 4e. Usually Artificer is more like the Runekeeper. Well, shucks. The thing that I wanted to do with the Runekeeper to separate it was like, okay, the Artificer can make magic items. Whatever. Cool. Okay. The coolest thing about the Artificer, the coolest feature that they get, the coolest thing that Artificer gets, 11th level, spell storing item. This could have been, and it was actually the way Keith Baker went with it. Spell storing item should have been the core thing that Artificer does. You could write an entire magic item crafting system just off the premise that this exists in your system. You can now store a spell in an object. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can choose one simple or martial or one item that you can use as a spellcasting focus, and you store a spell in it. Choosing a first or second level spell from the Artificer spell that requires one action to cast, you don't need to have it, or you needn't have it prepared. While holding the object, a creature can take an action to produce the spell's effect from it, using your spellcasting modifier. If the spell requires concentration, this creature must concentrate. The spell stays in the object until it's been used a number of times equal to twice your intelligence modifier, minimum of twice, or until you use this feature again to store a spell in an object. This should have been the core thing that you get with spellcasting. Shit, if this were like, you talk about, you want to evoke the character of what the magic of invention should be, Jesus Christ, this should just be part of their core spellcasting. This is such a cool feature, and like this not being a thing that you can do as like even a second level Artificer is such a missed opportunity. Like, oh man, I know people really like infused magic item or whatever. I would so much rather, and this is what I did with the Runekeeper, I would rather parse out the effects of magic items and make it to where runes are the things that enchant it, and that way you can customize the magic item. It is so much cooler than I have a set list of things I can possibly make. There's no modularity in this, you know? I mean, okay, there's modularity in it. I'm being a bit hyperbolic there. There is modularity, but like, this doesn't feel like I'm inventing the thing. It just feels like I get a freebie magic item. And that fails on the narrative. You're working on a jeweler class that lets you source spell points and gems, so it's kind of like the Artificer. Oh, right on. Removal refinement, potion regents, improved distillation. Yeah, like, yeah, the original intent was this idea that the artificer should this is so somebody was asking the other day about how do I justify a class getting spell casting, right? And part of what I said was the spell casting feature should probably be unique if you're trying to just not make it, a wizard, sorcerer, or whatever. The thing that makes like sorcerer spellcasting unique is actually their meta magic, like the thing that comes online at second level, right? If they had gotten that at first level, I'm like, ooh, I could really see why they went with that. That would be really cool, but I can tell for balance reasons why they didn't, right? Wizard, it's all about your spell book, right? You can write down a bunch of spells. You have this huge spell list, and that is supposed to be the thing that separates their spell casting, right? Cleric, because I pray to my god for my spells, I can swap out my spells all the time if I want to. Like, my god is just going to let me know this info. And wow, that's really, really unique. They're one of the only ones that can do that prep casting. Or, there's also ritual casting that quite a few. Yeah, Shaman's ritual casting being a perfect example. Warlock's pact magic, refreshing on a short rest. As to why it's like that, it's like occult magic has kind of had a narrative of like you get temporary short blasts of insane power. And I think that may have been this idea that they ran with Warlock is like it's more fell magic, and it may not be as reliable and potent as the other ones, but it's definitely punchy. Like, they did get a Philosopher's Stone. I've already got one written. Druid. What makes Druid different? Druid is like Druid to me is just sort of there's not a whole lot really unique I get out of Druid. It feels like a basic full caster template. But I'm talking about a unique use of your spell casting. I guess they get like different mechanics and whatnot. Yeah, if you're interested in what I wrote for Philosopher's Stone. There you go. But I do actually, I'm probably going to be taking a break. Because I've been streaming now for 2 hours, 45 minutes. Or damn near close. Now you got me thinking about what's unique about Druid spellcasting. I think that if you're going to give a thing spellcasting and all the thing is doing with the spellcasting is casting spells, I think you should probably, that should probably be a sign that, like, maybe what I'm making would be better suited as a subclass, because I can't think of a unique reason why this thing should have spells, A faucet of magic energy, other magic. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break real quick. And I will. Super cool info today. Thank you so much for chatting. Cool. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna take a real quick, just like 10-minute break, probably freshen up my coffee and all that stuff. You guys hang out. We'll be back on the Alchemist. I'm feeling very, very good. Ranger does have the same issue. You make Ranger a prep caster, and it starts to feel pretty good. But I still think that there's other issues with the Ranger. You all see my revision. You all see where I think a Ranger should be. I more so wrote my Ranger revision as like a thesis of, or like getting out, like, this is what I think that you should be doing with this class, because I don't think it's hitting the right narrative beat. Yeah. So, anyways, I'll be right back in like 10 minutes. Let me just kind of use the bathroom, freshen up, all that good business, and we'll get back on this thing. I got about another hour or so to go, but yeah, Anyways, talk to you guys here in a little bit, okay? See ya. Alrighty. Here we go. Oh. There's fusion. Ahoy, ahoy. Grab a Nutri-Grain bar. Okay. There are just... It feels like there's just too many reaction. Sorry, alchemical. So I'm trying to figure out some other... Nutri-Grain Feel Great commercial is the best commercial ever. What? Best version, babies everywhere? What is this? Hold up. Yes, we're watching a commercial. I think I remember this one. Oh wait, hang on. Let me unmute it real quick.
What? Oh, yeah. Oh, I feel great. Larry, I'm quitting the company and starting my own. And by the way, I feel great.
Steve, you're a great guy with great skills. You're gonna do great. What the hell? I'm coming with you.
Hey, you're hot and I feel great. Let's get married.
All right, but I want lots of kids.
Me too. 500 of them.
Yeah. Babies everywhere.
Hey, what's up?
Me, I'm up and I feel great.
You feel great?
Yeah, really great. Go ahead and hit me.
You do feel great. I just shattered my hand. Oh, yeah! On the phone right now.
Steve, this is Bill. He owns his place and he's got more money than God.
I'm filthy rich, I'm always tan, and I got a great ass too, but my marriage sucks, so I hate my life.
Bill, I'm Steve. I'm marrying a girl just because of her looks, and we're rushing right into making babies. I got no income because I just quit my job, and I don't care because I feel great.
I fucking forgot about that commercial. Oh, it's so funny. Oh my god. Yeah, I like there were quite a few commercials like from back in like late 90s, 2000s. Oh, I mean, if you think that like okay, if you think that like that commercial's insane, some of the like oh, not Cookie Crisp. What the hell was it? Oh my god. What it was the honey? Oh my god, what was this thing called? Not Honey Crisp. What the hell? What was this called? What was this cereal? Oh my god, the mascot was so... Oh, Honeycomb. These were some of the weirdest... Like, because it was early... Or, I say early, I guess it was like late 90s CG. And like, I mean, we don't really need the audio, but... yeah, Honeycomb. These commercials are unhinged. So that's like before they got their mascot. Yes. This fucking thing.
Can't you just see those big bites oozing with honey sweet crunch?
Honeycomb cereal's part of this good breakfast.
So they ran with this fucking fuzzy thing. Like if you ate honeycomb cereal, you would become this thing.
Strawberry blasted honeycomb!
These were insane commercials. Yeah, Eldritch Horrors. And like if you ate it, you would become one of these fucked up little... It's not a badger. I don't even know what you would call that thing. Yeah, the 90s commercials were much. Especially cereal. Oh god, that's loud. Alright. Yeah, I feel if I were a parent that would not induce me to purchase that cereal. Yeah. Oh, later, Phil. Thanks for hanging out. You get Taron blasting up through the whole house. There you go. Forget Ackerma, give me that horrifying monster. Yeah, just animate the thing from the honeycomb commercials. Okay, hold up. That's a good question. What is it? Oh, there you go. Where does that need to go? Right there? Sure, right there. He left you an idea that just came to mind in Discord while I was away. Okay. Cure wounds is a potion, revivify, increases their spells. Maybe as like a potential, maybe as like a potential new alchemical item, but on a class that doesn't get spellcasting, it's a little odd to suddenly introduce like you can like a spell can be cast into the potion and then yada yada yada, right? Like sure you got your buddies and whatnot, but as a core class thing, like basic reaction. I guess volatile works. Yeah, volatile reaction. That'll work. World Guard just splits open. Yeah, we'll go with that. Because, like, I was thinking, like, unstable reaction or, like, what, a stable reaction? It didn't really... Now, what's cool with this is you can literally just make it to where, like, you use it as a bonus action instead of you use, yeah, because you can use it as a part of the same action. Doesn't seem that, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying, what I was just saying is it needs to be something that's like in a thing you can choose to pick up rather than like a core class expectation. I mean, you could even do like effervescence like right here. Or like what would it be? Does it need to add your... Wait, if I did this, hang on. Wait. Ooh, personal touch? Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Ooh, that's a good one for that. I mean, additive is kind of cool. Thaumaturgic concoction. That's a little extra. How do they phrase this in Spirits Bard? Jeez, I don't know why that feels so fucking bright. Because I know that it's a thing. Special seasoning. Secret sauce. Save that for the cook. Roll or a roll to restore hit points. Do we mind that this feature can apply to stuff you didn't create? I don't mind it so much because it's kind of conveying that you're just good at doing this a little bit more. Like, you're good at using alchemical items and stuff, which I think is fine. And if we get into the thick of it of, like, I've got to track which ones I did or didn't create, then, like, eh. Maybe make a damage roll or a roll to restore hit points with a potion or poison. Wait. Whenever you use a potion or poison and make a damage roll or a roll to restore hit points with the item. You gain a bonus to one of the rolls equal to your intelligence modifier. MCDM just dropped a playtest packet for their new class. Oh. Do I even bother with it? Hang on. Like, I mean, I want to focus on the Alchemist here, and I always feel like whenever I pull up an MCDM thing, it's like, where'd they drop the playtest packet for it? You know who you want to hear your thoughts on it, why I ask. Oh, their Discord, I'm not a part of their Discord. They don't like me over there because I point out issues with the stuff that they write. Well, their Discord, the MCDM people have been nothing but nice to me, but, you know. Let me turn that down. Jeez, I know they got loud. Yeah, if you could you link the PDF to me, JP? I can't. I mean, I can't go take a look at it. I used to be in their Discord, but their community really didn't like my ill rigor review. Or the takes I had on it whenever I was asking why they upped the price after all the positive reviews. Oh, it's a playtest packet. Okay. Okay, Oh, there you go. Sorry, I'll get back on this and everything. I just... Okay. I'm just skimming it real quick. Okay, there you go. Because, I mean, I see what it is. I'm just, I know I'm leaving you guys in suspense. Hang on one sec. Okay. I mean, it sounds like they're going in the direction I would go in if I was writing this. So, what they're doing, their new class, it looks like, and it's an open playtest, right? Yeah, open playtest round 1. Alright, so I'm guessing this is... I'm just trying to make sure because I don't want to cause any problems with them. Oh, there you go. That's probably okay. Okay. I don't see anything currently in this document that leads me to that. JP, I know that you're involved with MCDM. Can you please let me know if they have an embargo on this or not? If you're aware, like, have they said anything about, like, you know, don't go super pub with it or anything like that? I just don't want to, like, if they're trying to keep that like kind of close to their chest, I don't want to show it on stream and then that'd be a whole. If you look at what they said on the server, if you don't mind, I just know, like, James Interhasa will get back to me after like a few days, but yeah. I don't think I would get like a quick response from them. Hell, even let the people in the MCDM server know that I mean, I might be taking a look at it on stream if they're cool with it. Yeah, it's psionics. It's a new psionic class. I mean, that seems to be fairly open from what I've been able to tell. But before I get into any details with it, I would rather make sure they don't have some kind of a small embargo on it. I mean, I didn't get an email, right? Oh, that's the wrong one. Yeah, there we go. I'm just gonna double check real quick. Yeah, I did not get an email from James and Takaso, so yeah. It's posted on Reddit. Because, yeah, if they're public with it, I don't mind doing a rundown. And before I've been blacklisted by after the Arcadia leak, no, they still sent me a new another review version of the new Arcadia. Link to the Reddit post. Private community. Talent and psionics, okay. Entered its open playtest phase. Okay, so they do have a playtest and survey. Okay, so it's open. Alright, cool. You posting in chat. We're trying to implement some new things to combat all the bots and everything that that YouTube is just not really trying to deal with. So as of right now, I have to keep the links unavailable. So a few things I liked whenever I first skimmed this just a little bit ago. I do like the fact that they are making the distinction that psionics are a supernatural power, not a magical one. That is, I think, a big narrative beat to hit that I think is very, very important. They are trying to hit, they're addressing a lot of issues that I currently have with the narrative of psionics that WotC keeps putting forth, and that is characters like Eleven from Stranger Things, Professor X, or Jean Grey, or the X-Men. These characters are not spellcasters. They are not using magic, right? This is a supernatural, you could say a kinetic type of power here. Let's actually do something real quick. Just because this might draw in some more viewers. Let me make a quick edit to the live stream title. Here we go. Okay. We get this ready like it's a segment or something. Okay. Wait, what? 113? Oh, Jesus Christ! I thought this was gonna be a quick skim. What the fuck? Okay, woo, that is a lot of info to get out for a playtest. I mean, the spacing and everything is its own deal. I mean, you know, you could probably condense it down to like about 50 pages, but... Whoa! Okay, okay, so... Reasonably, let me say this. I will be looking at it, but I cannot make an entire breakdown of it for what I think is completely understandable, right? At most I can give this maybe about 30 minutes of my time, maybe 45 minutes. After I wrap up everything else later on today, then I'll probably come back and stream and get back on the Alchemist. But this is interesting. They're dropping a new playtest, so I think that MCDM has a lot of potential, and I'm glad to see that. Like, I'm hoping that they will, you know, really consider playtest feedback on this. You know, I had issues with the Ill Rigger. This thing that was massively overperforming for a class option. The Beast Heart, I didn't really. They just didn't. It didn't have good DM buy-in for me, or like, you know, even like player buy-in for me to really think like it was justified as being its whole own class, right? I just wasn't really sold on this idea of what was going on with it. So this talent, though, it seems like we do have an agreement on at least the narrative as a jumping off point. Now, sure as you guys see, big 113 page document here. So I will be going through a new Gemstone Dragonborn. Oh, okay, cool. All right. Wow, this is... Okay. MCDM, if you do a book like this and you're charging 15 bucks for it, 100% justified. Absolutely 100% justified. 113 pages. Jeez. I think after layout, that's probably going to get reduced down to, I would estimate, about 70, maybe 60. Yeah. New NPC stat blocks are in here. Supplement additions. New talent. Okay, they're adapting it also for strongholds and followers. New retainers. I'm just kind of skimming. Alright, this is quite a bit. I'm just talking in terms of the material. I haven't really gotten deep into it yet. New warfare units. Alright, so let's go back up to the top. I think for most 5e tables, the things that we're most likely worried about are feats, powers, all that. For anybody that is just now tuning in or seeing this because I have clipped it because I thought I did a good job of the review, maybe? I don't know. Hey, I'm Indestructible Boy, or Taron Pounds. I am a professional class designer over on the Dungeon Masters Guild. I am the designer of the Merchant, Rune Keeper, and Dancer over there. I have collaborated on several projects such as Home Field Advantage and Tasha's Crucible of everything else. So I've got quite a few platinum and above bestsellers kind of under my belt. And I host a D&D YouTube live stream channel and just YouTube channel, yeah, all about designing for TTRPGs. So, hey, if that sounds like something that would interest you and you like this form of review, why not subscribe? Support me over on Patreon. If you want to see some of my own designs, go check it out over on the DMs Guild. And let's start talking about this new Psionic edition from MCDM. So, my first things first. I did a review on the Ill Rigger previously. I felt like it kind of raised my eyebrow because there's quite a few things that class was throwing out, and I just, in terms of the way that I'm looking at the game, I don't want a class option to overshadow other people. I want every class option to provide meaningful choice wherein it should slot into the game, and you should want to play an option, and you should want to play the option for sure for the narrative that it evokes, but also its play style, what it's doing in combat, what is its like main combat role, healer, striker, all this stuff. Now, one of the things I also look out for is a class doing something that will overshadow other players in every aspect of the game. This was an issue that I had with the Illrigger initially, where it was just outperforming. It was offered mechanics that, as even Matt Colville had said himself, it was designed for what he wishes 5e was, not what it currently is, right? That's a design sensibility and philosophy that, like, I personally am going to disagree with. So the Illrigger, as it was originally released, definitely overshadowed other people, and that's not like, I mean, I have that opinion, but you can go over and see some of the other feedback on it, and yeah. Now, Beastheart came out. It didn't really have great buy-in for me, mostly because it was a class that was used to supplement the new, it wasn't like a sidekick system, right? It was like a whole new companion system that they had developed, which, like, I am all down for. Like, if you want a ranger that's got like a displacer beast companion, very, very sick, nasty, yeah, let's make that happen, right? I just don't know that Beastmaster as an archetype was completely justified in spreading out and getting keyed out into its whole own masterclass. And some of the buy-in, what I believe to be like, should you have this at your table, it just wasn't enough to sell me, right? So from there, it very much looks like they are doing a new class, another take on psionics. We've seen several people, myself included, take a swing at this kind of concept for 5e, and there's a few issues for me narratively as to why it didn't quite work, right? Number one, the original Mystic or Scion in the UA was requiring way too much tracking. It was involving a resource. In 5e standard design convention, we're only tracking resources up to about like 20. 20 is a cap that feels like it's very manageable as a player. You get above that and it starts to feel like the math of the game, not necessarily like in terms of balance numbers or anything, but it feels like as a player piloting that character, it's asking a little bit much, right? 5e we know is a very streamlined game, so for something to involve upwards of like 70 plus like psionic points or whatever it was, it just didn't have the right 5e feel, right? So from there have been other attempts at Scions. I even did my own like take on a Mystic. This is a while back, and I even thought about doing a new version of it with like Dan Felder from, well, now Riot Games, but we both wound up getting a little too busy and had to put it on the back burner. So up to this point, I know that there's been a couple other kind of, I guess, more popular takes on it. I know that Dungeon Coach did a version. I know that Kibbles Tasty has done a version over it that's over on Reddit. I believe that one's open to the public. And I do know that WebDM also has a version of a Scion that's supposed to be coming out in one of their supplements. This is also another reason why I kind of felt like I wanted to move away from the Scion in the design. I just sort of felt like, you know what, there's going to be 80 different interpretations of it out there. It wasn't really space that I felt like so focused on taking up, right? So I just decided to, Kibbles is on his Reddit and his website. Okay, cool. So it was just space that I just felt like, you know what, it's not incredibly important to me to get this one in there right now. I moved on to some other stuff, right? So I'm interested to see, because I did do a little preliminary skim of this thing before like bringing it up over here. It sounds like they're hitting the right narrative beats of my issue I had with all the other attempts at a Scion, right? Or a psionic character option or whatever. Number one, my big issue, if I'm going to say like, why have we not had a Scion so far in D&D 5e? I think the number one reason I can point to is mostly, or why has it not been satisfying, right? Why have I personally not really liked a lot of the approaches? I hate the name. I hate the name the Scion. The Scion evokes immediately. It feels like it dates your campaign setting forward. It makes it immediately feel like there's a futuristic element of it that, like, the classic kind of fantasy, sword and board fantasy that D&D is intended to evoke. It just feels like an odd mix in the middle of it, right? And this is another buy-in issue, and that feel is important, all right? We want to be designing for the expected fantasy of what's going on with this game, and then if you do, like, campaign setting specific stuff, you know, yeah. Scion is a classic name, and old school players like me expect that. I mean, you could say that, but, like, the popular convention, at least, like, if I was to go walk down the street and ask somebody what a Scion was, I feel like out of 10 people I would ask, maybe 3 would give me, like, the intended answer. However, if I went over and asked them what a psychic was, I feel like everybody would know. So that's what I mean by the buy-in, right? I don't think that the name on the can, or the name on the tin, is quite communicating exactly what the class is, you know, supposed to be to everybody, right? However, if I'm like, what's a psychic? Carry? I mean, you know, everybody's got their own different, you know, version of it, right? I think most famously right now is, you know, 11 from Stranger Things. So, what I think how do I put this? What I think that the Scion needs is, I think the Scion, I don't think Esper communicates it either as well. Like, I think Psychic is the most easy, bam, I know exactly what that means. Now, okay, so old school versions, old school 3rd edition and 3rd edition and backwards, that might be for old school players, but I'm talking about approaching the wider public. You know, it might be something that caters a little bit more to old school players. They understand what that means. What I'm saying is that the average Joe you meet on the street probably doesn't, you know, immediately know what comes to mind. If I tell you what if I ask you what a barbarian is, most people are going to know, bam, that's what that's intended to do, right? What's a wizard? Whatever. So, let's take a look, just the starting rundown. They give you a big block of narrative text before getting into the class. So, I think the class starts on page, page 8. The talent is the name that they're going with. I'm okay with it, but I do think that whenever I first saw that, I was thinking more of like maybe a skill monkey or like savant a la like Laser Llama's savant or like Benjamin Huffman's scholar, not specifically like a psionic kind of character option. You know, I do think that like the classic fantasy expectation is probably psychic. And I think that it's okay to use that term to describe what this class is. But yeah, so characters with extraordinary mental powers not derived from prayer or magic feature in many of our favorite stories. 11 from Stranger Things, Professor X or Jean Grey from the X-Men, many of Stephen King stories like Dead Zone or Firestarter feature pyrokinetics or telekinetics. One common blanket term for this phenomenon is psionics. In this product, we reimagine that psionic archetype in the context of a high fantasy world. We assume, and the campaign you play in may have different assumptions, that psionics are by definition rare. Otherwise, why haven't we seen them in the game before? And psionics sounds like science fiction. We don't normally refer to the human beings in the fantasy RPG as Homo sapiens. So we imagine the people in our fantasy world would use more natural phrases to describe this phenomenon, which they don't really understand. They would refer to someone who uses these powers as having a rare talent or possessed of a special talent. Over time, they start calling someone who uses these powers a talent. And something that started as a vague and broad description of a mysterious power becomes the actual name for it. Sages in our fantasy world have a more technical term, metaphysics, rarely known as psionics. Okay, so I do like that. Jean Grey, okay, my bad. Genocide, alright. So, is it Jean Grey? Jean Grey? Not important. Alright. So, I like the idea that they're going with here. Talent, okay, I like the narrative beat that they're, like, kind of leading us into the expectation of it, right? Psionics, here we have the ability to affect physical change in your world. They're giving more explanations. Core mechanic, the basic premise of the talent is that as long as you can stand the strain, you can keep manifesting powers. Talents don't use spell slots. Theoretically, you could manifest powers all day if you're very, very lucky. Manifesting a power is as simple as rolling a die. The more effective the power, the higher you need to roll. As long as you keep rolling high, you can keep manifesting. Rolling low means that you manifest your powers but also accumulate strain. At first, this is a little more than a nuisance, but eventually strain has serious ramifications. In fact, enough strain can kill a talent. It's up to you to decide how desperate is the situation. How badly do you need to succeed? How much are you willing to sacrifice to save your friends or the world? The power is in your hands. Okay? What is a power? A power is a specific psionic talent, or psionic, effect created by energy drawn out of the manifestor's body. A power is an incredible tool that can solve problems, harm enemies, or protect and aid you and your allies, but can also drain your life energy. The stronger the power, the more energy it can take from you. Every power has an order from 1 to 6. The higher an order's power, the more difficult it is to learn to and use. Okay, so that's like spell levels, it sounds like. Not magic. Powers aren't magical. Let's assume that. Like, boom. Yes, big plus. This is already a big plus for me right here. I do not believe, I think that the psionic should be so much more closely related to something like the monk or the fighter. It should almost feel like this is you are the mind martialist, right? Just as it so happens, I'm also working on my own intelligence-based martialist, an alchemist, that gets, a bit more low magic with the concept that WotC proposed in the Artificer, right? Now, let's get back over here. As soon as I can find that window. There we go. So, I'm pretty okay with this. It does sound a lot like the UA that we saw. Yeah, there was an Unearthed Arcana that used psionic talent die, kind of similar to what this is already sounding like. So, them building off of that and keying it out into its full masterclass is something I've even done in the past, So I do think that this approach to the design is like a completely legitimate one, because you are very, very possibly filling up a gap that like the core class options that are in 5e don't really fulfill, People wanted a bare knuckle brawler that wasn't tied into all the narrative beats of the monk. So Benjamin Huffman made his pugilist with something of a reskin of the monk, and I mean, he is where he is today, So this is a legitimate way to go about with the design work, taking something that's like maybe only represented by a subclass and then building it out into its whole unique thing. I can 100% see this being its own subclass, it getting all of its own subclasses. I really like the idea of a psionic character class. I have always just been tied up with a few of the narrative beats that go on whenever you're like, we're making a scion, Like I said, the class name itself, it's not for me. Okay, so when you manifest a power with an order of 2 or higher, you must make a manifestation test at the end of the power's manifestation time. See power details. To make a manifestation test, roll your power die, which is determined by the class feature, trait, or other ability that gives you powers. The die is a d4, a d6, or a d8. Talent comes from the AD&D Psionics Handbook? Huh. Well, cool. If the roll is greater than the power's order, you manifest the power. So, otherwise, if the roll is equal to, you manifest the power, then, okay. If the roll is lower, ooh. If the roll is greater than the power's order, you manifest the power. If the roll is equal to the power's manifestation score, you manifest the power, then gain 1 strain. If the roll is lower than the power's manifestation score, you manifest the power, then gain strain equal to the power's order. So, what is strain? Maximum strain, okay. The maximum amount of strain you gain from manifesting a power would cause you to exceed your strain maximum, you can choose to either manifest the power, then die, or not manifest the power, gain no strain, drop to 0 hit points, and then begin dying. Okay. Strain. Manifesting psionic powers consumes energy and puts stress on the mind and body. When a class, subclass, or other option gives you access to powers, it tells you how to calculate your strain maximum and what effects strain has on you. Reducing strain. During a short rest, you can spend hit dice to remove strain instead of using them to regain hit points. You lose 1 strain for each hit die you spend. When you finish a long rest, your strain is reduced to 0. Okay, good. If your total strain exceeds your strain maximum, you die. If you're returned to life after dying by gaining strain, you return to life with strain equal to your strain maximum. All right. Okay, I kind of get the idea on this. Yeah, it is a bit of a gamble. You are, and while the idea being there of like doing, like overloading a man, okay, like you overload your reserves and therein like you suffer a detriment as a result of that. The narrative behind it is cool, but it should be worth saying that like it is a little bit on 5e. So like I'm cool with seeing this in concept, and I haven't really seen the powers themselves. So yeah, I worry that a flat die roll isn't predictable enough. Having 2 to 3 dice would be better in your opinion. Yeah, it's like an alternative exhaustion. Maybe if there was a reliability there, but I mean, yeah. Saving throws are going to function the same. I'm guessing attack rolls are going to function mostly the same. Combining effects. While the durations overlap. Gotcha. So it's like spells. Strain sounds kind of like exhaustion. It's like a mini exhaustion, it sounds like, yeah. Supernatural is a new term. Yep, okay. That hits all the right beats for me right there. Power details, power order. Order 1 to 6, so we know if you roll under that, you can potentially get strain. To increase its order, to increase its effectiveness, allowing you... Ooh. Yeah, so you are taking on... So this class is... It sounds like it's asking you a bit of the buy-in, knowing that it's very possible that your character could die as a result of you using your powers. If you're cool with that, and that's a thing that, like, you are here for, that is a narrative beat, you know, then, like, maybe this is the... you know, I think that the player buy-in could be fine. I will say on certain tables that, like, if you're a DM that's really hesitant to, you know, really adverse to player character death, this might get a bit more bang for its buck if you just are not really feeling like you just know you're gonna pull your punches in regards to, you know, punching on the talent, you know. Power specialty, every power. So these are like the spell schools: chronopathy, metamorphy, pyrokinesis, resopathy, telekinesis, and telepathy. Powers you can view the future and past events, so similar to divination. Metamorphy allows you to strengthen and manipulate your body and the bodies of others that perform superhuman feats. Pyrokinesis, so fire, yep. Just fire. I like, because this is something that I was thinking, like, yeah, it feels like there should be a, it feels like this should be its own, like, spell school in a way, but, like, pyrokinesis, it also feels extremely niche. I wonder if there's, like, a way to, like, expand that out into, like, an energy kinesis, or, like, an, how do I put it? It's like, rather than just unleashing fire, you can also unleash other, like, elemental energy or whatever. Resopathy. Powers allow you to create objects out of nothing, turn one substance into another, and physically change your environment. Telekinesis. Powers allow you to physically manipulate creatures and objects. Telepathy. Powers that allow you to communicate with, read, and influence the mind of other creatures. So, here's what I really, really like. They're going through all the steps to refine their terms, which you really, really need to do with this class concept. You are introducing a brand new magic system, so therein you really have to define these terms. If you pick up the Runekeeper over there, you see that I did essentially the same thing whenever you're invoking this stuff, right? Too often, there is some homebrew that'll come out where it's like, there's a new system that they try to convey all in the course of like a 2 or 3 paragraph, or sorry, 2 or 3 column like class feature, rather than separating it out and covering all their bases over in what I would define as like, I'm a fan of Aristotle. So like Aristotle has his metaphysics before he gets into his, in any of his statements in his books, right? So this is like refining your metaphysics, which good on them for doing. Concentration checks. Good. This was a class that I thought concentration, if you were not keying in concentration on, like, it was a core aspect of a scion or a psychic character, it was a no-go. Concentration was too good of a mechanic not to narratively tie into a psychic. I'm very glad that they went in that route, alright? Even if it's just a copy-paste and spellcasting, I'm glad it's here, okay? Manifestation times, I believe what we can assume is these are mostly going to function the same as what we're used to in spellcasting. Okay, so we're pretty familiar with it at this point, right? It's spellcasting adjacent, not an actual magic system. This all sounds, you know, pretty fitting. Okay, a talent. So we could go through the narrative beats on this. I'm really more interested in getting into the core class features right now. Mind powers, awakening, a talent, psionic, awaken. Okay, yep, there you go. Boom. That is the subclass. This has always in fantasy been the subclass expectation. All right, is that you have a psionic awakening that gives you your powers. Boom. So without going any further, I'm hoping that they give you your subclass at first level. This is an open playtest. You can go find it over on their Reddit. You exist, yada yada. A wild talent appears. That's cute. Talent academies. Where are we getting into the... Okay, creating a talent. We know that intelligence is most likely going to be the expectation. Yep. Flowersville, choose the power... It is a playtest document. Multi-classing rules. Cool. Okay. Psionic specialization, which I'm hoping... Yeah, okay, good. There's your subclass right there. Okay. Low tracking, it looks like. Good. Your power die goes no higher than a D8. Very easy to track. Only up to 6. So, without knowing much further into what's going on, like with the class itself, what I will say right now, third order powers. Where's the... Okay, ASI. Right, okay, ASI. Okay, standard ability score improvement, scaffolding. Level 1 and 2 subclass feature, yeah, interesting. D4. I'm just kind of getting a quick skim as to some, what, like, the level granularity is. Scaffolding, okay, 10th, 6th. So, 2nd, 6th, 10th, 14th. And, okay, good. Okay, so, very standard subclass scaffolding. Ooh, okay. All right. A D6 hit die, light armor proficiency, a few weapons, a few select weapons. So this needs either hyper progression, or sorry, hyper control, like, you know, we're talking blaster potential or hyper controller potential here to justify the D6 hit die. You are going to be a backliner from what this appears. It gives you light armor, so you might pop in and out of the midline. I'm 100% fine with this thing getting a D6. So we're looking at a backliner with light armor. Saving throws are intelligence and wisdom. I'm curious if because of the concentration checks, this is going to get the ability to get proficiency in concentration later, or some kind of benefit to that. The intelligence check measures your ability to recall lore about. Oh, it's a psionic skill. Okay, so there's a new buy-in for a skill here. Okay. Recall lore about talent academies and psionic specialization. Okay. Yeah, I guess since it's non-magical, you can't really, like, you can just say, you know what, it's not arcane. You know, this is its own unique thing. I'm cool with that. Sphere or light crossbow, 20 volts. Scholar's pack or an explorer's pack. Leather armor and 2 daggers. Very reserved in the equipment. Very reserved in the equipment. Okay. Psionic powers. With your psionic powers awakened, you can manifest powers through sheer force of will. See psionics and powers for the general rules of manifesting powers and a list of powers you can choose. Now, I will let you guys know right now, because we skimmed a little bit earlier, the list of psionic powers is huge in this. So I won't be going over, I'm not going to be going over all those right now. That's going to require a lot more people playing on this and just really putting it to the brute force playtesting it, you know. More than I can do in this simple review right here. Let's get back up. Where are we at? Where are we at? Here we go. Okay, so you get... Does this mean you only get 4? Which is good. I mean, that's about what we would expect. Okay. Manifestation ability. Intelligence is your manifestation ability for your talent powers, since the sheer might of your mind manipulates the world around you. You use intelligence whenever a power refers to your manifestation ability. In addition, you can use your intelligence modifier when setting the saving throw DC for a talent power you manifest and when making an attack roll with one. All the basic stuff like we're used to seeing. Power die. At first level, your power die is a D4. The die changes as you gain talent levels as shown in the power die column of the talent table from a D4 all the way up to a D8. When does that power spike happen? 8th? And then 14th. Okay. Without knowing much about the system itself, I'm going to assume... What are you giving it for third order powers? Okay, that's you're giving a spike there, I'm assuming. 8th is an odd spot to get a power spike here. You would almost kind of think that may be a thing coming on at 9th level, but that's without knowing what these 4th order powers and all this stuff are. Okay. Now, you get the power die, strain. Whenever you get strain, you can choose to gain it as a body, mind, or soul strain. When you gain levels of strain, your physical prowess is reduced. When you gain levels of mind strain, your ability to recall information and focus is hampered. When you gain levels of soul strain, you become more irritable and susceptible to harm as you lose your sense of self. Each time you gain strain, something detrimental happens. Some of these effects have narrative consequences, and some have mechanical impact. Whenever you gain strain, choose which type of strain it is. For instance, if you gain 3 strain, you can gain all 3 as body, mind, or soul strain. You can gain 2 in one type of strain and 1 in another, and you can gain 1 in... Okay. When a track gains strain, you suffer the effect shown in the talent strain table. You suffer the effects of your current strain, as well as all lower values of strain on the track. For example, if your body track has 1 strain, your nose starts to bleed. Cute. Alright. You have a bloody nose and disadvantage on strength and dexterity checks. If all tracks have their maximum strain, and you gain more strain, you die from the exertion. So, oh. Okay, it's way lower than what I thought. At first strain, you have a maximum of 1 strain in 2 tracks, and a maximum of 2 strain in 1 track of your choice. Each time you gain a level in this class, you can increase the maximum strain of one of the tracks by 1. You can't increase a track's maximum strain if it would make 2 higher than the other track. For example, if your 4th talent is a maximum of 3 strain and the body track, and a maximum of 2 strain in their mind and soul tracks, you couldn't increase the maximum strain of your body track at level 5. You would need to increase the maximum strain of either mind or soul to 3 at 5th level. Then the other, okay. The way I'm looking at this, okay. But like, it has a threshold where you can tap, like, you tap out. You have a point where what you're doing will eventually kill you, but that's a sliding scale based on your level. Yeah, the tracks are tracking. This is like, this feels like a separate game piece being implemented in here on top of a brand new system that they've got. Like, this doesn't just feel like a condition that they're entering, right? It feels like there's a lot to know to operate what is supposed to be a detriment to your character. And we already know players are not great at keeping track of what their penalties are. Okay. Like, a critique that I would have for this right here is... This is... Okay. So now we have a new element of tracking that's happening right here. And I think if this is the thing that is being introduced in order to reel in the power, yeah, there being a lot of moving parts is the main issue. Before talking about any issues of balance whatsoever, I'm just thinking about, like, quality of play. And the moment that we introduce all this new tracking that's happening with a brand new system, this is hurting my buy-in, right? Yeah, a strain sheet plus presumably a psionic power sheet to shuffle at the table. So yeah, I mean, you could get a new sheet and track this stuff. I totally get that. This might really appeal to certain people. They want this narrative, and you know, but like, it doubles as a class resource, so you don't have to keep track of that. I guess. Oh, how do I put it? It's like the opposite of a spell slot in a way. It's like I use this thing and now I accumulate this thing. And then if I accumulate too much of it, I die. Which, like, I get it. I don't even think it's that they wanted more complexity. I think that you can reduce this down. Like, especially because, like, yeah, these are all nothing. It's all flavor, right? They're not actual detriments. Suddenly now we get a detriment that happens, right? Something with mechanical weight. Oh god, you become vulnerable to necrotic damage. Your speed gets halved, not so bad on a backliner. Disadvantage on intelligence saving throws, disadvantage on charisma saving throws. Fine. This is not a detriment right here. Yeah, this is not a detriment right here. This is not a detriment right here. Disadvantage on dex, disadvantage on wisdom. I like, there we go. This should say, you know, temporarily lose, or you lose proficiency in all skills in which you're proficient while you have this, and yeah. Attacks against you have advantage. Lose proficiency in all saving throws in which you're proficient. Disadvantage on death saving throws. Hit point maximum saved. Okay. Okay. All right. I don't think this is necessary. I think strain could potentially just be like, let's make it like, let me just propose something here. Make it an echo of exhaustion, right? This is I can feel like, you know, it's sliders happening here, right? They fell for the idea that psionic fans want more complexity. I don't even think that's really the case. I think that this is just like, they had an idea to evoke the narrative of what this is supposed to be, right? Now, I think that it does do the thing it was intended to do of evoking that narrative, but consideration for the play experience here, I got a feeling that the playtest feedback they're going to get back on this is mostly going to be, we either kind of chose to ignore this or we went with exhaustion instead. It's just like, yeah. So during the internal playtesting, other player characters wanted a way to help out a talent burden with strain. There are several ways other characters can help a talent reduce strain or its detrimental effects. Magic or other resources that restore a talent's hit points also allow them to spend hit dice to recover strain instead of hit points during a short rest. Okay, that's fine. I like the idea. Spells like Enhance Ability or Expeditious Retreat can minimize or compensate the harmful effects of strain. Our tests found that most of the time the talent doesn't really require this help, but it's never not appreciated either. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that it's absolutely necessary. One sec. All right, coffee. There we go. Okay. So, and I'll say this, just kind of as an aside to people that are in chat. I know everyone's like, you know, all that. As I'm doing this as a kind of a review kind of format that I'm planning on clipping, I will say that it looks kind of bad form if, while a review is going on for something else, if you're using that material to promote your own work. If you're saying that like, wow, I fixed this with XYZ thing, or yeah, I fixed this with XY, whatever. If people are watching the video or the VOD later on, it doesn't speak highly of whatever it is you're promoting. So just a heads up, that's kind of like a, you know, best practices thing there. So, first order powers, okay? You know, for first order powers, you learn additional first order powers of your choice at higher levels, as shown in the first order powers column of the talent table. Now, the orders seem to be the way that they're going to be doing their spell slot, like, or spell levels, right? So, I mean, good on them for not going with levels. Good on them for not saying levels here, you know. Reduces down the confusion of the first player experience and yada, yada, yada. One sec. Jeez, all right. Been talking for 4 hours now. Now, first level, you know 2 second order powers. Wait. Huh? So you know 2 first level powers and then 2 second level powers? Oh, it's cantrips. Alright. Cantrips and then powers known. Okay. So the cantrips, spells. Gotcha. Learning new powers. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Yes. Very cool. Very cool. Learning from others. Whenever another creature you can see within 30 feet of you manifests a psionic power with an order of 2 or higher that you can learn, you can use a reaction to roll your power die. If you roll lower than the power's lowest order, you can't attempt to learn the power again until you complete a long rest. If you roll higher than the power's lowest order, you can begin to learn the power. The Learning New Powers table shows how long it takes you to learn a new power you have successfully observed. You must spend 1 hour doing nothing but practicing the power each day of the learning period, and you can't attempt to learn any other new powers during this time. If you fail to spend 1 hour each day learning the period, studying the power to begin a new power, you must successfully observe the power again to learn it. Okay, now, yeah, they gave him sharing, but it's very cool. Well, I mean, the exploit being that, like, yeah, me as a scion, and my buddy that's also, or me as a talent, and my other buddy that's a talent, eventually over time, from learning each other's different talents, we kind of mimic each other now. Like, he's taught me stuff, I've taught him stuff. That's cool. I like this idea. I like this idea quite a bit. An intellect devourer or an illithid can steal your powers. Maybe. I mean, maybe. Learning new powers. Order 1, 2. Okay. This is all super fine. I like that quite a bit. I don't even think that this is complexity. This is buy-in for, like, how you're going to learn new stuff. On top of this, it's just like a wizard getting the ability to learn new spells with a spell scroll. Yeah. Now, you're going to have to go out and find a scion that also has other powers, and then you're going to have to observe them doing stuff, which is, like, whatever. Like, there's some powers only monsters get. Oh, interesting. That is very cool. And you can learn them if you fight them. I like that kind of a design space. No, I wish they would keep it. That's cool. That's sick. I like that quite a bit. Without really knowing, I mean, really delving into the psionic power die and all this other stuff, I like what this is doing right now. Quite a bit. Interesting that this is a buy-in, because they hit a really good narrative beat with that. I 100% agree with that. Yeah, absolutely. Psionic specialization, you get to... Okay. So you are specializing in either chronopathy, metamorphy, pyrokinesis, resopathy, telekinetic, or telepath. Alternatively, you can choose the maverick specialization. Okay. Okay, so... A lesson that's been learned by Wizards of the Coast after releasing the Player's Handbook was what looked so damn cool was that for the wizard, you were specializing in a spell school. However, Wizards decided later on they wanted to add in more subclasses. This is why we have a weird hang-up with Wizard subclasses. They defined a really clear scaffolding in the Player's Handbook, and nowadays, anytime that they're trying to introduce a new wizard, it always feels like they have to get over this first hang-up of it's not tied into a spell school, right? So, you don't know if learning new powers from others is very in line with the psychic narrative at all? I mean, I think there's plenty of examples in fiction of psychic characters studying under a teacher or whatever. I feel like this is totally fair. Alright, so you also get a subclass of first level. Your psionic specialization. Boy, is it going to be... Psionic exertion options of your choice. After you roll damage for a power, you can gain strain equal to half the power's order. To take half the damage dice you would deal... Wait. Half the damage dice you rolled. Wait, what? I think it should say up to half. Up to half round down. Okay, I would say this is like, yeah, up to half, round down. I'm just looking at some other stuff that might not be codified quite right. Also, what, yeah, I'm gonna download this real quick because I want to take a look at it in, yeah, there we go. Oh man, okay, we don't have any of the loading issues going on now. There we go. Edit. 11. Okay, yeah. This will definitely get reduced down whenever whenever they get it to layout. Yo.
Me.
It's her. Who's that girl? It's you.
I have awoken.
How are you doing?
I'm pretty good.
What
are you guys talking about?
There's a new psionic, like, psychic character concept that Matt Colville put out that I am taking a look at right now.
A psychic power?
Well, it's a psychic class.
Oh.
So these are always it's been a
Matt Colville.
MCDM Illrigger and
yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Never
so
knew that name.
dynamic power. When you hit a medium or smaller creature with a power attack roll, they fail a saving throw to resist one of your power's effects. You can gain 2 strain to move the target 15 feet in any direction or knock them prone. There's they have to fail the initial saving throw on top of the kicker of the power. You can also do this thing. Oh wait.
What?
Hold up, one sec. You okay? No. Okay. You can increase it to potentially, like, move it further. I almost feel like this should be a little bit more, like, restrained maybe to, like, telekinesis, maybe, but, you know, it's not a huge deal. Expanded power. Like, the one thing I would worry about here, I guess it is 2 strain. 3 strain. Man, they're not equivalent to exhaustion. Like, and I get it, like, they're coming up with a new detriment here. But that detriment is like, this is an easy trade, I feel like. It's like you take a mental, physical, or like spiritual strain on your body.
Gotcha.
So like while you're using psychic powers, your nose might start to bleed.
Like L.
Like L, right?
Okay.
Very clear. So, Amelia,
Hey,
why are the dogs trying to be...
Go on.
Yeah, strain is nice. There's just too many moving parts. I like the idea that they have behind it, but introducing a completely new condition that only one class will utilize... I mean, I guess if they're expanding it out to different subclasses, I get it, you know? But I feel like the ideal thing would be to just try and make it fit in nice with the current system. Introducing a brand new condition that you now have to track on top of everything else. If it's like, you know, spells are justified in having their own part in a character sheet. This thing is getting psionic powers that are a spell equivalent. So you're going to have the psionic powers as your own other sheet, right? But now I feel like you're going to have to like have a new character sheet that also introduces strain. And like, you know, I think that's a little bit clunky, but I think that I would really, really encourage them at MCDM to, it is an equivalent of spell slots. Well, yeah, it's an equivalent of spell slots, but also, right, I got you. It is like the battery that you're using. It is the resource that you're using. I'm wondering, I mean, without double checking the math on it or anything like that, I'm wondering if the equivalence is the same. Because later on, there are certain, like, classes that don't really have to worry about taking on the strain. I guess I mean, realistically, these are supposed to be meta magic options, right? Is the trade-off of a sorcery point for a level of strain, it feels like that level of strain is actually, like, despite it not being really detrimental, it is accumulating towards detriments. And that's what I worry about. I mean, sorcerer can't overtap their sorcery points. Yeah, it's something I'd really worry about.
Yeah, because it kind of sounds like at some point it's starting to do like heavy damage to yourself.
Yeah.
And then it's kind of like, well, what's the point if I have to hit point maximum half?
Yeah, but it's the kind of thing that like I'm like
speed half?
Okay, if I take
blood vessels burst in your eyes?
Well, but I mean, if I'm thinking about mechanical weight, this is nothing. Like that doesn't actually mean anything in D&D. This is just flavor.
I guess I was just thinking in terms of like, it sounded to me like your hit points are going to start.
Oh, they do eventually, but it's not for a while.
Gotcha.
Like, not for quite a while.
Okay. Oh, I see.
So like, because if I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, because I have to keep gaining levels in them pretty much equally. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Sorry. Oh god, yeah, this is going to require you to, number one, track a thing, and number two, that thing that you're tracking is causing a detriment to you. So, like, some players might be super into playing that as authentically as they can.
Sure.
But I just know from, like, conventional play and what I've seen players do, if they have things like sunlight sensitivity or, I don't know, Berserker Barbarians taking a level of exhaustion, more often than not, I find that players are just forgetting to track that stuff. And I don't even think that that's a problem on them. It's just that that's not stuff that's interesting to track for a player.
Right.
Right? So, like...
And if they do, me personally, I shy away from using it because I don't want that to happen.
Right.
Like, that's why whenever I played, oh my gosh, is it Beastmaster Ranger?
Yeah.
I got nervous to throw my wolf in there because I didn't want the wolf to die.
Right.
Even though that's what they're for. I mean, not to die, but you know, cannon
Go,
fodder.
meat shield!
But you know what I mean.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to skim these real quick because I also need to be getting off of here and getting ready for a lesson I'm teaching here in a bit.
Oh, nice.
But I'm just kind of skimming to see. Target is charmed by you. The creature has a challenge rating. You gain no strain. Okay. Really do you. Being able to charm any creature with a challenge rating is... Okay. Or level equal to or lower than your talent level. I'm not finding something that jumps out that I'm like, oh my god, what? I mean, it is a creature, so you do have to measure that against something like Charm Monster. You know, one of your power's effects. Wow, to restrain it until the start of your next turn? It's 2 strain, but the strain is the thing that's standing out that I'm like, I'm not sold on it, you know? And like, I get it. I get why they're going for that narrative. But like, oh, there's so many moving parts with it. It's like...
Like you said, clunky.
I mean, yeah, it's like on top of balancing all the other stuff, I'm juggling a chainsaw. You know? I mean, it kind of like... you corrected 2 bad habits unless... Oh, yeah. Yeah, no problem. rather see the same system with thresholds instead of every level having its own thing, like if exhaustion to several points to get to the next level, or like when you use your abilities, you give the DM a resource that they can spend to fuck with you as they wish. Yeah, I mean, or we could just go with like you tap into it by using your hit dice. You're tapping into an inner reserve. You have to use your hit dice to fuel the thing. And so you're trading off potentially losing healing during short rests and your like natural reserves to fuel this thing, right?
That's interesting.
I think that there were other ways that they could have gone with that. I mean, if I'm looking at it, a hit dice expense, you're getting what I feel like is a fair trade-off for some of the power that they're giving you in these. And you remove strain, you remove 1 strain per short rest, or is it all strain? Where was it? Can somebody remind me? Oh god, come on. You can spend hit dice to remove strain instead of using them to regain hit points. You lose once, so they feel like it's equivalent to a hit die expense. 1 per hit die you spend. So just change it to where you can expend hit die. And if you're out of hit die and you want to do that and you want to get the same narrative across, here you go, MCDM, I'll throw you this one right here. For this, what you should do, all right, let's reduce, I'm talking about design focused on removing tracking and implementing this into an already pre-existing system of 5e. Strain, you can use the strain by expending hit die, right? It seems like you don't want it to spend hit dice in here, but like, I'm not sure why implementing a brand new system is going to be really required for it. So my suggestion is going to be, rather than developing this whole new strain system, make it spend hit dice anytime that it mentions you can use strain, whatever, right? You can incur strain. Make that be a hit dice expense, especially because the hit dice for this character, being a D6, there's way better ways for them to be healing outside of a short rest. Mm-hmm. So they expend this D6 hit die, and then if they expend all of their hit dice, they can exert themselves even further by gaining levels of exhaustion. Yeah. If you want to go with that narrative, rather than introduce a whole thing. Yeah. Like, I don't even think that strain is equivalent to sorcery points. I get that it's trying to echo that in its mechanic.
Yeah, because to me, sorcery points comes across as something extra, and it doesn't exert you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You have a well of magic that you can tap into that is like separate. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't deplete you. It's just like you said, a well.
That is my big critique on that. It feels more like bloodbending than psionics. I mean, we have so many narratives of like scions literally destroying themselves because they just completely overloaded. And I think that like hit dice, 5e left hit dice on the front porch in the winter. Yeah. I think that hit dice is going to be a really good use for that. And hey, bye Tatiana. I'm actually, or Titania. I think that that's about all I can really give as far as critique on this so far. I think that from what I'm seeing in the core, it looks a bit too complex to really be sold on this being the definitive version of it. I do think that there's a way that you can do this psionic exertion. You are tapping into, the narrative seems to be about the exact same thing for exertion as if you are loading into your hit dice, right? That is at least like my thought on like a design critique on that. But I actually had to cut this one a little bit short. I only planned on streaming until 1, but I do need to be getting ready I'm teaching a guitar lesson here in the next 30 minutes. Yeah. I've got like my star pupil coming in for summer private lessons. So I am going to be closing it out on that. I may pull this up on another live stream if people are interested in me taking a look. Matt Colville, anyone at MCDM, you want to talk about some help on this? Let me know. But anyways, that's going to be it for me on this stream today. Say bye, Amanda.
Bye, everyone.
We'll see you guys very, very soon. Eye Patch and Monocle tonight. Me and Ross are talking stuff. I don't know what, but we'll figure that out. So anyways, everybody, have a good afternoon. Yeah, go check out Many Worlds Tavern, code Indestructible Boy. Buy my stuff. Later.